Hello, welcome back for more Umineko. Let's continue.
そりゃ本当かよ
When are we going to get to the mystery part of this game?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ
バカ声が大きいぜマリアが起きちゃうだろ
Sorry. Batala was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
あやしかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな、はあ、なるほどなジョージの兄貴がな
What's this about again? I don't remember. Georgie could not be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon had come to the room, Georgie had suddenly said that he had forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Shannon had said she would guide him just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them had departed together.
いや
Oh yeah,
昔からそれっぽい気配はあったんだぜ好きなものを聞いてきたり趣味を聞いてきたりさ単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ
How often did Georgie able to like make contact with Shannon? I thought she couldn't go out of the island.
そういや昔から上司の兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ
What do you mean? He's nice to everyone. How dare you?
なるほどな
He's a perfect human being. He's nice to everyone equally, without fail. Oh, there's a lost background too. Okay. Why didn't that was shown earlier?
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
Oh, that's good.
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
そうですかでは明後日までは船は来られないかもしれませんねジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。
Georgie, he knows everything.
こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
He's a perfect man. Georgie puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the normally composed appearance that Georgie always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this gap.
さすがやがては会社を起こされる方はしっかりしていますね
Right?
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。お金とかそういうのだけじゃないものがとても大事だって。
Yeah, let me adjust something real quick.
父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
A bit dramatic, aren't we?
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
Yeah. Toyotomi Hideyoshi.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。
Too bad he doesn't look like a monkey.
知ってるかい？戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
そうなんですか
Shannon was like, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about Sengoku Jidai.
なんだか意外ですね
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。例えば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で報奨を与えたり。
Okay, morale boosting.
普通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。それを戦場の本陣の中にいながらまめにやり続け 部下の武功を素早く評価し、やる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。それから部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。武田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない、戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
This came out of nowhere. What's going on?
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
Is this how you flirt with other woman? The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But really? But when Georgie started to tie his father in with one of these stories, he would always be beaming, looking like he was having a great time. So Shannon did not interrupt, but merely smiled because she had no choice to encourage him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。でもね、戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
You can if you just hire mercenary.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めて成立するものなんだよ。それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、自分がいかに未熟で、父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかが。
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。
Trust is a currency.
羨ましいです。
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
Cute. The two of them outwardly looked at their feet, you say. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in a welfare institute owned by Kinso called the Gospel House. Under the guidance of the honorary director, Kinso, the Gospel House offered excellent students a chance to live a life of service. That sounds like a, I don't know, what do we call? Indoctrination. If they were accepted, they would be able to leave the institute and work as servants for the Ushinomiya family. And that's especially when they call themselves furniture. This was considered to be highest honor for a student. Speaking of which, I know the canon called himself furniture in front of other people. Not sure if Shannon had do that in front of other people, other than canon. Servants from the Gospel Fukuin house all took names with the character on in them while they served. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same goes for canon. All of the students of the Gospel House were orphans, or fearing that people who had been disowned by their parents through some special circumstances. Because of this, the students had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seems so natural to Canon to call Shannon his sister. And why only Shannon and Canon were working today in the mansion. There were other servants who worked in the shift rotation named Manon and Lennon. Okay, sounds nice naming sense, who also inherited their own character in their names. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushinomiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. Okay, I think Shannon knew Batola 2 years before he did not come, so it has been 8 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for over 10 years even, was a very rare exception to the rule. Why? Working as a servant for the Ushinomiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Oh, maybe so. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the students realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was they still hoped to be accepted. How hard is it? There's only like 5 people, including Nanjo, to serve, and that's a lot of servants. So how hard can it be? But in Shannon's case, maybe the fact that she had managed to continue for more than 10 years should not be viewed as her having more willpower than any of the other servants. Maybe it was a lack of courage to say that she wanted to quit that forced her to continue working for those 10 years. That bad. To Kinso, who could not even trust his own blood relatives, those excellent servants sent from the gospel house were the only ones who he could trust. Sounds like indoctrination to me. Because of that, Kinso would sometimes allow them to wear their family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. Okay, so Canon have the family crest from working less than 6 years because Batola didn't know Canon and Batola was away for 6 years, so that's not a long time.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ。だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい。
どうでしょう。
No, I blow them off in casino.
別に私買いたいものも特にありませんし、ほんの何百万かあったってそれで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい。
そうですね。私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし。
Make a new home or
お
something.
嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし。
So you are going to be Kumasawa Obasan number 2.
奥様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
You're insane.
でもそれはシャノンちゃんのサヨちゃんの人生じゃない。
Sayo, you say? Ooh. Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what Georgie was trying to say and closed her mouth.
僕は成人し、社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。子供の頃、僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
Yes, it's long and painful. That horrifying thought that everyone has in their student years. Will the rest of my life be like a monotonous, boring, sleep-inducing after-school class? Yes, where I endlessly, well, not that, lazily while away the time. Wait, what? Lazily while away the time. What? Where I, sorry, where I endlessly, lazily while away the time. That's English. Until finally it ends. Without anything interesting ever happening. Well, not lazily, but painfully would be my guess. However, these thoughts only arise while a person is still an underage student. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as a student is nothing more than a blink of the eye, just the period before they break out of their shells and cast off their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating and boring world, but the world beyond the shell is vast and filled with limitless
君の
possibilities.
人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
それは。
Shannon couldn't deny those words. She hadn't been able to find any concrete issues with her way of life, and since she never had any desire or goal to change herself in any particular way, she had continued her life idly. And if she were asked whether her life was already fulfilled, she wouldn't necessarily have been able to nod. That may have been the truth she was deliberately averting her eyes from. As long as Georgie did not realize the truth, she would have continued pretending not to notice, as her real life slipped away, neglected bit by bit.
ジョージ様、 私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
maybe
いけないよ。
really okay cool
あ、それから今ルール違反が一つあったね。
Georgie immediately gave a strict answer and then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and it seemed that it embarrassed her as she hung her head.
僕たちしかいないときは様はなしの約束だよ。
約束では聞けません。
で
ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。
Yeah, that doesn't sound weird at all.
私は家具ですから。
Also, she does say that in front of the others. Weird. And Georgie doesn't have any anything to say about this?
じゃあ命令だよ。
はい、かしこまりました、ジョージさん。
Okay. As Shannon hung her head, really, her face red, he said Georgie's name again, this time using sun.
それでいいよ、さよちゃん。
Now kiss. A smile rose to Georgie's face, praising Shannon's, no, Sayo's small act of bravery. The way they talked with each other gave off the sense that their relationship had already been ongoing for some time, for a long while, as if the weather raging around them didn't even enter their consciousness. The two of them talked about the many memories that built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to dampen the mood, but it could not sully these moments, which seemed to flush even the roses outside a deeper shade of red. Whatever that means. Now kiss! Oh, I thought the glass going to
そう
shatter.
だ、君に見せたいものがあって。
Oh!
何でしょうか。
My figurine! Wahaha! Georgie, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. From his manner, Shannon, too, understands something. Georgie timidly searched through his pocket for it. It got caught deep in his pocket somehow, just like my wallet, and came out somewhat slowly and awkwardly in the same manner as his speech. Okay. It was a very small box. Oh, a small box covered in a deep blue velvet. Its characteristic shape was enough to make anyone realize what was resting inside. A cookie. Shannon had been preparing her heart a little, sure of what it must be, but even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. Georgie opened the small box, took it out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
Oh my!
このような高価なものは、その
I am
お受け
witnessing
取りできません。
I am witnessing an event of century.
受け取れない。
Georgie, don't make that face.
いえ、そのこんなもの私には過ぎていて。
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。命令だよ。この指輪を受け取って。
Okay. What's going on? You can't just do that, I think. How?
命令では従わなくてはなりません。
うん、そうだね。いい子だよ。
Ooh! She's so cute. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from Georgie's hand while still standing at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object which since ancient times was meant to be offered to a special woman with a special meaning. So while Georgie could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will.
だから、ここからはもう命令じゃない。さよ、 明日までに言葉でない形で返事がもらいたい。
Okay.
わかるね。
No.
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから、僕は君に命令はしない。でも指輪は指にするものだからね。
Okay.
気に入ってくれたなら好きな指につけてくれればいい。
Let's go with my thumb or pinky. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She had already understood what he wanted her to do, but she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。今夜はこれくらいにしよう。
Georgie faced away from Shannon, seeming slightly uncomfortable.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。君も命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。
I would think so.
でも最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。
That's smart, I guess.
わかるね。
Now kiss, damn it.
だからそれが命令。今夜よく考えて明日その返事を見せてほしい。
Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their long relationship. This moment had not come as any surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。これ以上遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
Now,
すみません。
we knew. We know.
そのお屋敷に用を思い出しまして、そのお屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
Okay, bye bye.
こんな時間に本当かな。
He knows. Georgie stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. English. He had seen through that obvious lie of Shannon's. But imagining how she felt, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand her embarrassment and why she might ask to be alone. And so, couldn't she just waddling right here, right now? And so Georgie haven't understood Shannon's lie and all that was behind it, allowed her to leave. Is the glass going to shatter again, or... I'm scared. Okay, thanks, game. Oh, no clock? Oh wait, there we are. Just from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Shouldn't they just sleep right now? It's very late. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. Her chest was filled almost to bursting point with a mixture of exaltation and uncertainty that she couldn't easily describe. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in an old worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see whether one of the family had come, but when he realized that it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Fair.
源氏様より大田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
Did he? When?
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。
When? I thought that Genki was in guest house, no? Did she make a stop there, or what's going on? Did we just skip something?
そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。
Why? What does it matter if you leave this servant room
何
empty?
しろ、旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
Yeah, that makes sense, but I assume that Shannon can do it too.
そうですよね。ではどうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、 お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。
Okay.
私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
Okay.
はい。
Let's not judge him for now. Shannon felt a twinge of annoyance. Me too. Despite the fact that she had come here to help out as a favor, she was being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty, as though it were natural. Furthermore, after once suddenly forcing the task on her, Goda had once again gone back to his magazine and had become immersed in his crossword puzzle. For the time being, as a sign of respect for her elder, Shannon bowed her head and she left the room to make the rounds. Getting a little angry had enabled her to bring the airy sensation she had been feeling until now under control a bit. Besides, she couldn't show this kind of face to Genji and Kanon until her heart was able to calm down. She wanted a little time to herself, and maybe going around the mansion wasn't such a bad way to do that. From the dining hall, she began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family's discussion. Someone would speak at great length and would then be opposed by someone else. That rebuttal would continue in a very long, drawn-out fashion until opposed by yet another person. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if he was discovered by Krause. Thinking that, Shannon quick-footedly slipped by the entrance to the dining hall. Then, I thought the dining hall has a door that's closed. Then, inside the mansion controlled by darkness, she began to check that the house was all closed up, following a pre-arranged route. She walked down the hall, checking that each window was closed. All of Kenjima, there were no humans other than the family, so in actuality, closing up wasn't that terribly meaningful of a task until Natsuhi had scolded them that this attitude was careless. Closing up had not been customary in the Ushinomiya family. The metal fixtures on the completely sealed windows were freezing, and every time she went to check on them one by one, it felt like the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Hear me? What the? Oh, that was creepy. Just then, she thought she saw something flickering across the hall. Flickering? Something like that shouldn't be visible beyond the darkness of the hall. Although she thought it was probably her eyes playing tricks on her, she killed her breathing for a brief moment, and grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed into the center of the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe because she couldn't calm her heart, she saw something that didn't even exist. Shannon resumed checking the windows. Maybe someone is gaslighting her. However, in the back of her mind, a certain unnerving possibility had been resurrected, she says. It was that which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushinomiya main family, that ghost story, in which the mansion had different masters of the day and the night. We knew this, we learned this before, in which the master of the night, Beatrice, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. Come to think of it, hadn't Kanon-kun said that he had once seen it for himself? Okay, so far we have two people who think that they see the same thing. He got sulky when I didn't believe him and told him he was just seeing things. Could it possibly really? The law of the thunder gave no answer. What was that about? Oh, some hologram technology shenanigan is happening. Okay, why are they showing us this? What's going on? Okay, there was a clock sound, so is it midnight? I'm not sure. Oh, Klaus still have a confident face. I thought it sorry, I thought that the male makes Klaus' position weaker. Why is she here? Nanjo, where are you? Are you in a shadow realm? What? Why is there no background on Nanjo? Okay. Are you going to shatter my window again? Oh, thank you. Okay, so it's midnight. Oh my god! From midnight to 6 a.m. Okay. And that clock was Spain! The sacrifices chosen by the key. Hear me? The second day, October 5th, 1986. Okay, I think the sound was too low, so let's go with that. Genji once again tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a little bit since the previous night, but it didn't look like the thick rain clouds were planning to let any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing.
今日いっぱいはやみそうにないか。
お待たせしました、源氏様。
Canon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. Oh, so the servant room has toilet and bedroom in it? Okay. In a normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to a morning shift. It was a special system for just the 2 days of the family conference. But then, as long as the typhoon didn't leave today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Canon thought that it was best to be prepared for the special schedule to be extended one more day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain last night. Even though they had spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, it had only taken one stormy night to ruin it. Canon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he would undoubtedly have been up for some time already and now be in the middle of preparing a breakfast, both exquisite and as elegant as glasswork. Weird comparison. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took from his pocket a bundle of several keys and used it to unlock the front door. There was nothing on Lord Kenjima outside the Ushinomiya family mansion, so there never used to be a custom of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that it be part of their duties to lock up the mansion from around midnight to early morning. Okay. And unlocking the early morning was to be done by the servants who had the morning shift. Since Goda would begin the preparations for breakfast as soon as he woke up, this task was to be undertaken by Genji and Canon. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では 朝の仕事を始めよう。
Okay. West Shannon. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains remained closed, the inside of the mansion would be unable to shake off its gloom, as if it hadn't yet managed to escape the previous night. Cannon, following a well-versed procedure, went around the mansion, opening one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. How elegant! Even with the horrible weather, by opening the curtain, it began to feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't yet smelled anything, his empty stomach started aching in anticipation of the scent of Koda's much bragged about cooking.
おはようございます。
My eyes said that was so bright. Human? He tried to greet Koda, who he had thought would be preparing the meal inside the kitchen, but Koda was nowhere to be seen. Uh-oh, sleeping on the job, are we? The kitchen was darkly lit, and never mind the curtains, the ventilation fan wasn't even spinning. It was still cold in the room, without a hint of a flame, and of course, no preparations for breakfast were taking place. Well, I guess someone have to eat canned food, if that's the one. Although it must not be allowed to happen, maybe Koda had overslept. Servants are humans too. They can sometimes fail to wake up or something and be late as a result. In the rare case of that happening, it was the virtue of a servant to casually smooth the situation over so as not to cause an unsightly scene. And to make sure that the masters never even noticed that such a mistake happened in the first place, Cannon took up the receiver of the phone fitted to the wall and dialed the extension number for the room where the servants slept. Hear me? He couldn't hear the characteristic sound of the dial tone. That's bad. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could it be that the lightning last night had caused a mechanical fault and broken the internal telephone lines? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. Cannon gave up trying to wake him with the phone and dashed off to the room where the servant slept. Okay. Why is it so white? How long had she slept until? How long had it been since she had awoken and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? What are we talking about? Oh, the vague sense of awakening was Nasuhi's usual morning experience. Her sleep was always light, and she wouldn't even have been able to sleep at all without medicine. Poor her. To Nasuhi, sleeping was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still last night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she laced up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. While she was inside this room, no one would torment her. Her headache wouldn't get any worse than it already was. This room was her only peaceful space. So, when she left, it meant returning to the world of her husband's siblings, probing each other's minds. Then, would it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? Yes. Nasuhi smiled bitterly at this fantasy. He was starting to sound like Kinso, even though most of the time he would call Kinso names for staying locked up in his own room and taking no notice of anyone. The truth was that she actually longed to do so herself. Aww. Nasuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the awakening of her usual headache. Poor her. I wish things become better for her. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. it was Maria's charm, and Jessica had given Nasuhi. If she remembered correctly, Jessica had said something about it having the power to repel magic, and that she should hang it from her doorknob. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this loom had been protected from her husband's siblings' malice. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more
ジェ
cheerful.
シカのおかげで少しはゆっくり眠れたということかしら。
Then Nasuhi remembered. That's right. Last time I promised Jessica that I would give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Did she say that? I don't remember. Nasuhi opened a drawer of her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured ever since she was a child. Inside there were many small objects that Nasuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a lead pouch. Inside was a small round mirror, about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it looked like much more effective when compared to the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion key holder. She had heard that this mirror was a spiritual mirror to ward off evil spirits, and she had been given it especially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It has been believed since ancient times that strange powers dwell within mirrors. Most likely, the way they reflect light created a belief. They also deflect misfortune and malice in the same way. Wouldn't that mean it reflects like good fortune as well? Nasuhi returned the mirror to its pouch because I thought light is good, so reflecting light means reflecting good things. I mean, that would be my guess. Nasuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Oh, just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
おはようございます、奥様。源氏でございます。早朝から申し訳ございません。
Ah, it's okay.
今行きます。何事ですか？
No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, and especially not directly. Maybe something bad had happened. For example, maybe some fatal oversight had been made during the preparations for breakfast, and the household would be put to shame in front of the guests, or something. Nasuhi breathed out slowly, as if getting a head start on the troubles she was surely about to be told of. When she opened the door, Genji once again said a morning greeting to her while bowing deeply. Nasuhi tentatively
お
responded.
はようございます。何かありましたか？
申し訳ございません。昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。
Oh,
内線電話が普通になっておりますもので、
oh my hands, sorry.
直接の
内線電話が普通？それは面倒になりましたね。
Very Mendo, I agree.
修理は可能ですか？
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
ということは、この台風が過ぎるまでは修理不能ということですか？
Poor Nasuhi. I feel like Nasuhi and Klaus have bad luck in general.
つまり、客人たちの滞在中はずっと普通ということですね。
Unfortunate. Do they not have mobile phone? The old one, like the Nokia. What was it called? 3310?
客人たちのお世話に支障は？
出ないよう最善を尽くします。
結構です。粗相のないようよろしく頼みます。
Nasuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst. Yeah, I get her. But a telephone breakdown wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. But then, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Eva. Why would Eva know about the telephone? Just don't tell her. It's okay. Nasuhi gave her head a light shake.
朝食の準備は順調ですか？
それがゴーダの姿が見えません。
I think that's a worse problem than the telephone.
朝食の支度もまだ行われておらず。
Alright then, Genji, you cook.
なんですって？
Oh no, she's distressed. Nasuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. That's what I'm saying. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? I know, right? Maybe they should move the conference from October to other months. Nasuhi placed a hand onto her forehead and shook her head sharply.
大方朝寝坊でもしているので、とにかく誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
What? Nasuhi had exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The unpleasant ping, whatever that is, that she saw there silenced her completely. What? I didn't know that this hurt again. It was an unsettling sight, as if someone had dipped their fingers in a dark red liquid and clawed at the area around the doorknob. What? As though someone had soaked both of their hands in blood and groped at the door and the knob? Okay. Like someone had wanted to stage something like that and left this mark as an awful prank. Damn it, Eva, stop. Would she give it a less, Eva?
これは何のいたずらですか？
You tell me.
悪趣味な。
私も今ここにお伺いして初めて気づきました。
And you not going to tell her? What's the matter with you?
後ほど清掃いたします。
大方、趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
不愉快です。Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Nasuhi had a pretty good idea. It was Eva all along, but of course, there was no proof. If only we have CCTVs, so even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. On the contrary, it would definitely be better for her to say she hadn't even noticed that such a prank had been played in the first place. Nasuhi gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with clacking heels. Hime? Oh, you woke up. That's fast. I thought they talk about the inheritance from midnight to 6 a.m. Wow, they sleep very short time. When Nasuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
おはようございます、皆さん。
おはよう、夏日さん。朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Uh-oh. Would you care for a snicker as an appetizer?
本家の楽しみは食事くらいがせいぜいですものね。
True.
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
Nasuhi is so polite. Nasuhi returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive, even though it was early in the morning, with a wary expression. Really? What is wrong with her? Then Canon jogged in. After bowing in apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he approached Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか？
申し訳ございません、奥様。お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、まだ。
一体どこへ行ったというのです。とりあえず今はゴーダより朝食の準備が先決です。
Yeah, who cares about
至急
him?
対応しなさい。
はい。
Wait, Canon can cook? Canon glanced at Genji. It looked like he had something else to report, but needed to ask Genji whether he was the right person to say it. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
奥様、ゴーダだけではありません。旦那様の姿もありません。
What?
主人が？
はい、奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備がないことをご報告しようと思い、それから旦那様だけではありません。ルドルフ様ご夫妻とローザ様のお姿もありません。
What? So 4 people? Can I count? Wait, 5 people. Okay.
ゲストハウスにも屋敷にもですか？
はい。
Wait, where's Shannon? I thought Shannon is in the mansion as well.
ゲストハウスの部屋にもおられません。
When she had heard that Goda alone was missing, she had thought that she might have slept in or was loafing around somewhere. But once she heard that several of the relatives were also missing, she began to start thinking a little more optimistically. Why would that be better? Do you think that they were playing a little bit of a joke? Or what's going on? Last night's family conference might have continued on all night, and in fact might still be going on. It would then be imaginable that they had wanted to cool off their heads after being in the stuffy room, and had all gone off on a good walk through the lane. Through the lane, you say? How could you think that? The part about cooling off their heads really sounded like something Klaus would like to say. Probably Goda and had been called to go with them, to aid them with something. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to have understood that if he did not return, the preparations for breakfast would be hindered. So perhaps, as much as he would like to leave, the atmosphere would not permit him to, and the conference was continuing in that manner even this very moment. Yes, Nasuhi thought this to be an extremely persuasive theory. I hope so. Nasuhi remembered the illusion that she had felt that morning of being sucked into a continuation of the previous night. And upon learning that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again let out a deep, weary breath. Because the banquet of the filthy vultures circling around Kinso's property was still continuing.
大方、庭園のどこか、あるいは海岸の方で相も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。
In the middle of the lane?
とにかく、ゴーダを呼び戻さなくては、いつまでも朝食の準備が整いません。
ってことはなんや、兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
Oh, you don't know? Interesting. She had thought she had spoken in a small voice, but she had overheard her and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。ローザの場合は若さかしら。
I guess so.
私たち、夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど。
Okay.
確かにあの時点でも、まだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。
Oh, wow. They're strong.
男って熱くなると嫌
ね。Okay. Nasuhi snorted, her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。
Why would they be outside? It's ridiculous. But well, if they can't find the people inside, then I guess you have to search
ゴーダを見
outside.
つけたら、すぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
かしこまりました。
Drag him back if you have to.
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。
Oh, where would he be?
お父様の書斎ってことはないかしら。
Well, I thought that Genji and Kanon would already
な
do
る
that.
ほど。考えられん話やないで。どういう話の流れかはわからんが、お父さんの主催に場所を移して、お父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
Oh, that actually makes sense.
そのよう
Okay.
な汚らわしい話題を好んで、お父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
考
Just
えられません。
just try and ask him.
あらそう。じゃあ仕方ないわね。源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど、外を探してきてちょうだい。確かに兄さんなら、頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。
What? That's what Nasuhi said. Why is Eva acting like she's the one in charge?
たとえこんな天気でもね。
Oh, so she's making fun of Nasahi's listening, which I was making fun of as well. But to be fair, if you search everywhere inside the house, then where would we search for then?
私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。
There you go.
ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
You seems to convince that they're in there, so why don't you go?
客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。私が行ってきます。朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。でも朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。
What is he? What's she doing? I don't know what she's doing, but she's being horrible here.
夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲よろしかったかしら？
I don't know. Were you?
仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、後宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。ぜひ降りてきてくださるよう説得してくれないかしら？
What if Klaus can't do that? Why would you think that Nasuhi can? What's she doing? I don't like her at all.
私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得できず、一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら。
I like how when her sprite has a fan in front, her sound actually sound a little bit muffled. That's cool.
信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
What? No. Like, Kinso might answer Nasuhi, but he wouldn't come to the breakfast because he doesn't trust his own children. No? What is this logic? Come on, Eva.
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
Nasuhi, don't be provoked by this evil woman. Nasuhi responded discouraged. However, knowing Kinso's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva herself was treating it like a joke, expecting that it could be done. But even so, Nasuhi would lose face if she gave up, said it was impossible for her and let Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand caused Nasuhi's tightly clenched fist to shake. Even Genji realized this. He softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
奥様、よろしければこれをお持ちください。
それは
Genji handed Nasuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinso's study. The study would always lock itself and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinso forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinso, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったら、あなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか？
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、扉を叩くくらいではお耳に届かないこともございます。それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには扉越しでは難しゅうございましょう。
True.
ぜひお使いください。
Genji.
Why would Genji do that? Until now, Nasuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who worked directly under Kinso and would never work for her, but it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her feelings of thanks, but by then Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Nasuhi watched them go, the words that reached her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね。
Evil woman!
息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
She said this like Kinso would listen to Eva.
私たちは客人だからここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。
I really wish that someone would slap her.
予算買えば
Oh, thank
口
you.
が過ぎるで。すまんが夏希姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Natsu left without replying. At a swift pace, her heels cracking loudly with every step. God, what did Hideyoshi see in Eva? After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up soon. Georgie, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the bed in the cousin's room. But Maria, who didn't join in and who had gone straight to bed the previous night, suddenly and completely opened her eyes. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, the loud snoring coming from the three cousins continued. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother was not with her and quickly got lonely. Maria left cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she made a loud slamming sound on the way out. How rude! In response, Batola mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Ooh? When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but after returning, she now looked discontent. After that, she climbed up on Bartola's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. How rude! You evil kid!
うわなんだ敵襲か
I love Bartola so much. After making sure that I was awake, Maria jumped over onto Georgie and Ki's bed and started bouncing on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとうマリアちゃん。起こしてくれたんだね。僕たちは夕べが遅かったから寝坊しちゃったのを起こしてくれたんだね。でももう少しだけ起こし方を優しくしてくれると完璧だったかな。
I know, right?
ジョージ兄さんは本当に大人だよ。尊敬するぜ。
もうすぐ7時なんだな。ま、確かにもう起きてもいい頃だぜ。
Well, maybe she's in the mansion. Oh wait, I forgot. Canon couldn't find her.
ローザおばさんが部屋にいなかったの？もう起きてお屋敷の方に行っちゃったのかな？
Yeah, she left you behind, Maria. How does that make you feel? Woman, she's not a lost. She can walk. Mama, I just killed a man. Maria kept groaning ooh and looking unhappy. It seemed like she wasn't simply lonely because she couldn't find her mother, but actually unhappy because her mother wasn't in the place she thought she was, and this made her feel like she'd been tricked, bamboozled. If we could have just told her where her mother was, that might have been enough to satisfy her, but unfortunately, as long as we were here, we had no way of finding that out.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
そうだな。マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。
き
っとローザおばさんもそこさ。
Oh,
ママはお屋敷
maybe.
なら行く。
そうだね。お屋敷に行こうか。多分親たちはもう向こうに行ってるんだよ。
Maria regained her usual composure as though her earlier temper had never happened. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Where did they go? Is there like a secret room? Or are they actually inside Father's Kinso's room. The door to the study once again knocked upon, but there was no answer. He was still sleeping, and she couldn't wake him. If she returned downstairs saying something like that, Eva would be very amused and triumphant. Why would she be triumphant when she herself probably couldn't persuade Kinso? What? And even aside from the whole Eva issue, there was the problem that yesterday, during once-a-year family conference, he had stayed locked up all days and had still not come out to greet the guests, even though he was the head. No, especially because he was the head. He couldn't fail to make an appearance. Could she convince him? Nasuhi led it herself, and using the key that she had borrowed from Genji, opened the door. And the inside is a sweet stench that seemed to eat into her brain, poured from the narrow opening she had created, and though she was prepared for it, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Nasuhi entered the room quietly. Oh, never mind. When she did, Kinso, already awake, was looking down out of the window.
お目覚めでしたか。おはようございます。
どうやって入ったのか。
I lockpicked. Kinso spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Nasuhi was slightly reassured. However, he was at least in a bad enough mood that he had ignored the sound of all of that knocking, even though he had been awake. Nasuhi was unable to break the tension.
申し訳ございませんでした。源氏さんにお願いして、書斎の鍵をお借りさせていただきました。
ほう、源氏がか。
Yes.
我が友がそれに足ると思ったならば、話を聞かぬわけにもいくまい。して、私に何用か。
はい、もうじき朝食の準備が整いますが、ぜひお父様にもおいでいただきたく思いまして。
朝食はここで取る。いつものように運ばせるがいい。
Okay, if anything, Kinso not coming down for breakfast says more about Eva and her siblings than about Nasuhi, right? I mean, what?
しかしお父様、年に一度の親族会議です。せめてお顔をお見せになってください。
下に降りて、私の死後、遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。
Yes, exactly. And you know what? Eva, especially, want you to be there.
バカらしい。そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの価値はない。私は忙しいのだ。構うでない。
With his last verse came the threat that any further questions would be useless. Nasuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. It would be annoying to hear Eva sarcastically say that she hadn't been able to convince him after all, but there was nothing more Nasuhi could do.
そうですか。わかりました。みんな残念がるでしょうが、そう伝えます。
Nasuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she made to leave the room before Kinso's spasmodic temper could fire up. As she did, Kinso called out to her. Oh, compared to the usual Kinso, this voice was calm and gentle, like it came from another person.
夏日、後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
はい、後宮を名乗ることを許されてからもう随分になります。
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
いいえ、嫁ぐとは成果を捨てることです。
Oh my, she is really serious.
私は後宮夏日、帰る家も懐かしむ家もすべてはこの後宮の家のみです。
God, she is so cool. It was definitely not an exaggeration. Such was the level of Nasuhi's resolve in calling herself an Ushinomiya. That was why she was so sorrowful that despite all of her effort, it had been fruitless and she was not even accepted by her husband.
クラウスが女でお前がその夫であったなら
Oh, okay.
いやそれは言うまい
You just said that, Mikunman.
それはどういう意味ですか、お父様。
Nasuhi was shocked. If Kinso's words just now had been meant literally, there would have been more than enough to make up for all she has suffered up to that point.
忘れよ年寄りのざれ言だ
Kinso once again faced away from her. He had told her to forget it, but Nasuhi couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
お父様、この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。後宮家の名誉も栄光も、そしてお父様が残されたものもすべてこの夏日が必ずや守ってみせますから。
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。しかしお前の心には確かに片翼のわしが刻まれている。
That's a huge praise coming from him.
ならばお前は間違いなく我が血族で後宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。お前の衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者も、しかしそれに耳を貸すことはない。心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。
That sounds like even servants do count.
お前を後宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
Well, I thought that he doesn't care. I thought he's like, ooh, let something eat anyone. Or if I have to sacrifice whatever to see Beatrice, I don't care about anyone. Let the roulette begins. What was that about? What is this about? Without saying anything more, Kinso remained with his back to Nasuhi. However, Nasuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had been just a child. Nasuhi bowed sadly to his back and left the room. I think Kinso might have
ちょうどいいタイミングだったわね。
some... Maybe Kinso has bipolar, I don't know.
お父様の様子はどう？
Damn, she came to Grot, huh?
あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
When Nasuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs, and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Nasuhi had just left the room trudgingly after failing to convince Kinso. However, the way Nasuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently with the dignity of the one who would protect the glory of the Ushinomiya family. Hayden! Hello, are you doing well? Oh no, the VTube studio doesn't work again. Let me fix that very quickly. What's happening here? There we are. Hear me. I think I should change my hat into a not fedora. This one is a fedora. Let's change to the. I mean, that's magic, so you know. This one is huge. Not that one. This one is huge. What? I can't unlock the items. The junkiness is the point. Wait, I can't remove the items for you. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can... For you? Okay, well, how am I going to... I can't move my head. Okay, fine. Well, there. Okay, good as new. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you heard me. I look good. There we go. Perfect.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。汚らわしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。
とかなんとか言っちゃって。お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。
哀れですね。お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも分かろうというものです。
Oh, Nasahi is clapping back. That's good.
それはどういう意味よ。
And it means exactly what she said. Nasahi did not answer. Just as Kinso had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Struggling to guard her what had happened, Eva could only determine that she had been made fun of and that something had happened too quickly, bolster Nasahi's confidence. Even so, she didn't have the courage to risk Kinso's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door. Oh, hypocrite! You coward! She could only scratch at the air in front of it, cluck her tongue, and follow after Nasahi.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？お父様に聞いたの？
聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから、行き先を知ることもないでしょう。下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。
Is this not downstairs?
朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです？
Aww, her smile is so good.
別に結構よ。
Eva is creeped out. Oh, Eva couldn't hide her confusion over the complete difference in Nasahi's demeanor. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, she could only follow Nasahi back to the parlor. Nice. I like her. I like Nasahi. When the two of them returned to the parlor, not only Hideyoshi but the four children and Nanjo as well had gathered there. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Nasahi had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
はい、申し訳ございません。あと、熊沢が朝食の準備に入りました。
Well, mackerel is okay.
もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
The clock lit a little past 8 a.m. 8 o'clock was the time that breakfast was supposed to have started. The mere fact that the host had gone over the time limit was a disgrace under normal circumstances.
カノンが表を探しています。それからシャノンの姿も見えません。
Finally, someone said this.
シャノンまで？まったく。主人は何を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
Wait, is this what crows normally do? Let's bring all the servants with to walk with me. Why not? How many people couldn't be found? With the number of people have grown so large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though they were the only ones being left out on something interesting. At the very least, it looked like the children. No, Maria especially felt the same way. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. trying to fix her bad mood. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa. Oh, Nanjo is here! Haven't heard from him for a while, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. No doubt it was a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before they saw the source that it was not Kraus and Dallas, but probably Canon.
奥様、失礼します。
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
申し訳ございません。まだ。
もう十分です。ご苦労をかけました。
What do we do? Well, maybe since they invited Goda, they are having barbecue at the beach in the rain. Whatever. If it works, it works. He didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't put anything in their mouths since last night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They would surely saunter in any time now. Nasuhi was already dumbfounded, me too, and she had begun to think that there was no urgent need to find them right then.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに、中二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
Oh no, Nasuhi has a headache. Nasuhi, acting as though the release intention had caused a new surge in her headache, left the parlor. Canon tried to call her as she left, but Nasuhi departed swiftly.
まだ何かあるのか。
はい、旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが。その。
Canon sounded evasive. She didn't know where they were, but maybe he had found something with some relation to that. Even Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words they came over. They had probably noticed the slightly strange way Canon was acting.
どうしたんや、カノン君。クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
実はバラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
Oh, why?
様子がおかしい。
Why did Maria's loss just sprouted out of nowhere?
それが何と説明すればいいのか。
Just tell me what you saw, come on. Canon once again hesitated. He wasn't speaking anything like you'd expect from the usually fearless Canon. Eva and Hideyoshi exchanged quizzical looks at this display.
どういうこと？倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
Imagine. Let us continue our inheritance discussion in the storehouse. Why not? Goda-san, some food, please.
いえ、中はこれから調べます。その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、その。
Okay, so what now?
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話やないか。その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
使用人室にあります。
Yeah, can I help you?
すぐに中を確かめましょ
う。
Okay.
Canon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying that he would go check, but Eva and Hideyoshi also followed. Why? What was this something odd about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Canon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but their curiosity over this something that Canon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Canon and the rest dashed off to the entrance. Okay. What's the problem? The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built hidden in the corner of the Rose Garden. Canon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was not used by those simply appreciating the garden, but only by those maintaining it. As they dashed further along it, the front of the storehouse came into view. Oh, creepy sound. It was a very old shed of a storehouse, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. it was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji. Oh damn, you can run.
カノン君たちは早いな。わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
Oh, so is this your first time seeing the storehouse? Okay.
何よそれ。
What? When Eva looked at where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Oh, this is creepy. Am I playing horror games? Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone there now understood why Kanon had been unable to find words that could describe what he saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, plastered on it. What? Disgusting. Something that looked like a strange dark red liquid. This is creepy. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. Some kind of ghastly substance had been used to draw an indescribably airy shape. The rain had caused it to drip down in several places, like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. Wait, how red is this? Is it supposed to be blood? I don't know how long would it take, but I thought that the hemoglobin in the blood would be oxidized by the air, which turn the color from red to like brown or black, I think. There was no longer any point in being choosy with words. A ghastly dark red substance meant to look like blood had been used to draw some kind of figure or mark intended to suggest something ominous. Two concentric circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. Okay, but the shutter isn't inside. It's an under roof, right? Which makes, and because the color is red, but I don't know how long was it placed there. So maybe it isn't blood. Maybe it's paint, I guess. Especially since the rain doesn't wash it away. The four ends of the cross were widely exaggerated. Well, I only know that the cross you can find on like the Imperial Germany and the Knight of Malta or something. Anyway, let me put my hat off. And in the cracks between these shapes, written the four ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols. I don't see that. Akushimi, indeed. What about? Is it? I thought it's like a knight cross, or the, Germanic cross. It's the Teutonic knight, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. With reference to this ghastly shape drawn with a deep red dripping substance, Hideyoshi's comparison was not unreasonable. You tell me, why are you smiling?
雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
Okay, so pretty long from the last time that we saw.
方々の目に触れる前に何とかしよう。ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
I am in great discomfort.
そうね。ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
or even you have common sense. Okay.
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。
So was it Eva who did that to Nasuhi's doorknob?
応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して後日天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another piece of graffiti and that it too had been made with a strange, dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been. That's right. He had seen it on the door to Nasuhi's room.
カノン君、さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
Who would have drawn this? Except the 19th squatter. It could be anyone, right? Except maybe the 6 people who were debating the inheritance. Well, it could be anyone, so I will never know.
すぐに済ませますので。
Canon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. But what is the lead paint? That's the question, right? If the lead paint is inside the storehouse, then maybe either Klaus and Nasuhi or the servants did it, I guess. Canon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all his strength. There, it's heavy. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous thing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But the wind noise is very ominous and creepy. My eyes! Thanks to a kiss program that they had come across, Maria was feeling much better. Batola and Jessica were making fun of their kiss program at every turn, cackling. Georgie was enjoying the program along with Maria. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were footsteps from a single person. Did that mean that it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? Genji was the one who had returned. It was very loud for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues. To be grasping for air, he had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual smart appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and quickly approached him.
Nanjo sensei, 申し訳ございません。至急お越しください。
Oh no, I think something interesting is happening.
何事ですかな?
Like, I assume that they need him because he's a doctor. As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo's face changed color. He stood from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. The two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were leaving the parlor, they came across Nasuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Nasuhi's ear, and Nasuhi's face too changed color, shocked. Oh no. Then leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them starting dashing towards the entrance. Georgie noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう。源氏さんと南條先生とあれは夏日おばさんかな。
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
何かあったのかな。ひどい慌てようだったね。
Jessica and Maria also realized that something had happened from the fact that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and because the serving cart had been abandoned at the entrance to the parlor. You tell me.
行ってみようぜ。俺たちだけのけ者なんて面白くねえしな。
Although it seems very serious. For some reason, what Bartolas said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain, disregarding their appearance.
何があったか気になるぜ。
Jessica's insecure words spoke for all of them.
おいマリア、お前も来るか、それともテレビを見てるか。
おお、マリアはテレビがいい。
僕たちだけで行こ
う。Fair enough.
マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。
Would want her to catch cold.
テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
By the time the kids went outside, they had lost sight of the adults who had left earlier, but it looked like Jessica had a pretty good idea of where they had gone from the direction they had been running. Following Jessica, they ran through the rain-soaked rose garden without umbrella. It felt like the wind suddenly got stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like something eerie had surrounded the island and was trying to stop them from moving forward.
ジェシカ、この先には何があるんだ。
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
Let me guess. The siblings went there to discuss inheritance in a secret meeting. Then they accidentally activated a lawnmower, and then someone got injured. And then they accidentally locked themselves inside. There, easy. Just as Jessica had said, a storehouse came into view in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several of the adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Nasuhi was outside the storehouse, not even holding an umbrella. She was facing away from them, and it looked like she was hanging her head. What? The one who had just left, Kenji, Nanjo, Nasuhi, and the ones who had left before them, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, made this a large gathering of people, but there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Nasuhi realized that the children had come, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. Oh no! However, no. Because of that, the kids saw that scene which Nasuhi been trying to keep them away from. Okay, it's just stuff. Inside the storehouse, with the shutter wide open, a flickering fluorescent light shone down, and over there. What the? My ears! Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Batola and Georgie's mouths as well. Oh, the music! Eva, just like Nasuhi, spread her arms and with a terrible expression roared at the kids.
Georgie!
So maybe I should increase the music. When Nasuhi had spread her arms, one might have thought that she was trying to prevent them from advancing any further. However, right now, that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms. She was trying to hide the terrible scene from the kids. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by attempting to block our view of the terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. What the? I had seen this kind of shit scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I had seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I had seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, wasn't it? That alone shouldn't. But that suit is that old bastard, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Klaus and Kide-san and Auntie Rosa. Whoa! No.
死亡硬直をほぼ全身に認められる。
How do you know?
多分死後6時間以上は経過しとるだろう。
I thought you are a general practitioner, not forensic examiner.
損壊部位の状況を見る限り死後に破壊された可能性が高い。
At least 6 hours. So 6 hours or more. Now it's 8 a.m. as far as the clock is telling us. Okay, I think the music is getting too loud. I'm sorry about that. I don't know where Nanjo was because in the background on the like the scene telling where they were at midnight, his background was pitch black, like he's in the Shadow Realm or something. Genji and Canon was in Seven's room. Shannon, where was she again? I don't know, but her shift was with Goda. I think she was in the servant's room as well, right? These 4 are in their bedroom, but they were sleeping, so maybe one of them sneak out and do that. Wait, who did? We know that Klaus and... but I assume that it's everyone who are not here, so...
いや、めったなことは言えん。私は町医者だ。検視は専門外だ。
That's what I'm saying.
ちゅうことは何や。殺しただけじゃ飽き足らず、さらにこんな無体なことをしたん言うんか。悪魔や、悪魔の所業や。
Sorry about this. I don't know why, but the music, like volume, doesn't seem coherent. The devil it is. Anasuhi caught Jessica in her arms, and Auntie Eva caught Georgie Aniki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone here to catch me too. What about Genji? I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible evil scene burn into my eyes. No, that's not it. I'm standing here, not because the people who would catch me aren't here, but because the people who would catch me are right there. Just as Jessica has said, it did look like a storehouse used to keep gardening tools. A lawnmower and its replacement blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, a saw and some construction tools, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same. The corpses of several people had been laid to rest here, there, no, had been thrown in there. Thrown? Oh my. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kide-san, Uncle Krause and Auntie Rosa, Futterbug, Goda-san and... Update? Oh my god, oh no! Corpse found inside the Lost Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. Oh no, we start where it all begins. Corpse found inside the Lost Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. He has the right to lament his ill fortune. Corpse found inside the Lost Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the demon's lurette. That's all there is to it. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. What? Who wrote this? Maria? Corpse found inside the Lost Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. Apparently he was actually supposed to be on duty in the guest house. What? What? I thought Goda duty is in the mansion. What? There's so many little things that don't really make sense. I wonder what's that about. Wait, so Rosa, Rudolph, and Kide-san their entire face got smashed. But for Kraus and only Kraus, only whose face is partially smashed. Wonder why. Koda's face also smashed. There's still more of them. How many people died? Bloody hell, I can't even count them on one hand. God damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Whatever the case, the bodies lying about here, each of them had been given an atrocious makeover. This isn't a damn makeover, this is more like their faces have been proud. Oh my, their faces were smashed, forced into an expression that a normal person couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the nose were, but I could find the mouth, because it was gaping wide, the ridges of the teeth exposed. But the front teeth were missing, and even the cheek that should have covered that was all torn up and exposed. The stylish makeup that he spent way too much time fussing over for a guy is no help at all. Wait, so he's the only person whose entire family got killed? Oh, that's sad. You, on the other hand, is pretty lucky, huh? I wonder what's that about. Oh, he no longer calls him old bastard. Okay.
でもよ、ここまでじゃねえだろ。ここまでひでえ目に遭わされるほどの悪党じゃなかっただろうがよ。だから、キリエさんもさ、こんな男と付き合うのはやめろって言ったんだ。あんたまでそこまでの目に遭わされる理由は何もねえじゃねえかよ。顔がねえ。顔がねえよ。くそくそくそくそ。
バトラさん、これ以上見てはいかん。こんな姿をお父さんもお母さんもあんたに見せたいわけがない。お父さんとお母さんのためにもこれ以上見てはいかん。
死者ってのは安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ。顔がねえんだよ。俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ。どういう顔して死んじまったのか、それすらもわかんねえんだよ。なんだよ俺は。親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのくちゃくちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ。
That's horrible.
そいつは最高だぜ。クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ。最高だぜ最高だぜ。でもよ、キリエさんの顔くらいはいいだろ。キリエさんの悪党じゃねえ。たまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ、ちょいとかっこいい俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ。こりゃねえよ、こんなのってねえよ。黒掃除さんなんかまだマシじゃねえか。顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ。
Whoa, why would you say that?
少なくとも顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ。まだマシだぜ、まだマシだぜ。
バトラー No! Sorry. Trying to shut out my legless words, Jessica tried to fill her ears with the sound of her own screaming.
よすんだ、バトラ君。もうよすんだ。もうよすんだ。兄貴、兄貴。
The voice acting is so good. Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. Okay, maybe the wind is a bit too loud. I'm sorry about this. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. That's horrible. Why would they do that?
お父さん、倒れているのはクラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんにローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで5人。
いや、6人や。
Oh no.
ここにもう一人おる。
The body that Hideyoshi was looking down on now was hidden in the shadow of a mountain of random objects, in a blind spot to Georgie, who stood by the entrance, so Georgie couldn't tell whose body it was. Therefore, Georgie cursed himself. He cursed that part of himself that imagines the worst and is always right.
じゃあ、お父さんの足元に倒れているのはシャノンなんだね。
ああ、シャノンちゃんや。
No. Cause found inside the Lost Garden storehouse, it seems the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Is it Beatrice that's writing this or Maria? Oh, Georgie was completely silent. Wait, so every one of the cousins lose someone. Well, at least, but Butler lose everyone. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. He wanted to run up to his beloved, screaming and crying, but before lashly running up to her, he mustered up all of his strength and asked his father.
シャノンもクラウスおじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give Georgie a quick answer. No, he thought that, to Georgie right now, that was the only possible sincere and loving response, and when Georgie had asked whether she was the same, he had meant to ask whether her corpse was the same as the others. Since Hideyoshi had denied it, it meant that the body was just as horrible.
シャノンを見てもいいかな。
いや、あかん。
どうして？だってもう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。
You really want to see her smashed face?
その最後の顔、どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
うん。
そうか。そのシャノンちゃんは別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
素敵な笑顔だったよ。
After receiving the ring, she was bewildered, even though her heart should have been decided. Bashful, and so embarrassed to show him the face that she ran away. That expression was revived in Georgie's mind.
そうか。ならシャノンちゃんもその笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
That's true. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it would make anyone want to cover their eyes. Half of the face had been smashed off, and no more than half of her expression remained. If that remaining half, soaked lead with blood, had been wiped clean, that graceful smiling face might have peeked out, only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How cruel! If only all of it had been crushed, if they were going to crush it. then he might have been able to deceive Georgie's heart for a while by saying that it was just someone else wearing Shannon's cross. Yet, they had left half of the face. It caused the body so much humiliation and also made it clear that this body was none other than Shannon. How inhuman, how monstrous. There, at Hideyoshi's feet, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, was Kanon. No, Kanon was not crying. Tears had listened to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean that he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the gospel house, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言ってるぞ。お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと、感謝し。
分かってるよ、父さん。
Georgie leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, sinking down powerlessly.
父さん、頼みがあるんだ。
なんや。
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。シャノンは指輪をつけてるかな。
指輪？ちょいと見てみる。
Oh, there's a CG. Oh my god, there's blood everywhere. Wait, does that mean that the murder was committed here? How did they get everyone inside? Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kanon suddenly pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
ああ、あるで。これはダイヤの指輪や。クズダイヤとちゃう。なかなかの値打ちもんや。
I don't know what ship diamond means.
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな。
と、左手の薬指や。
Oh.
そっか、シャノンちゃん、婚約しとったんか。
ジョージ、あなた。
Oh, not the time, woman.
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。男にそこまで言わしめて女の本懐やないか。いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。誰が渡したかも知らん。だがそれでもシャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。そしてそれを受け入れ左の薬指に通したんや。
Hideyoshi is so nice.
指輪を送った男もきっと喜んだんとちゃうか。
To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out strange things. But to those who really knew the truth about Georgie and Shannon's relationship, everything he said made sense.
そっか。ありがとう、父さん。
Georgie stood up. The traces of tears still straight in his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm.
行こう。バトラー君、ジェシカちゃん。これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、大人の邪魔になる。
そうだな。
Jessica sniffled once, and trying to say that she was alright, she showed her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time. When she faced Georgie again, she once again had on her usual face, although she still couldn't recover her smile. Butler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえな。がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに。ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって。仕方ねえだろ。親が死んだら泣くように。遺伝子すり込まれちまってったからよ。
Batora's face was still bright red from the tears, but even though it was forced, he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Nasuhi, unable to take a step inside the storehouse, had been standing under the rain the whole time. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Batora's. She realized that she had to take on a sense of responsibility now that her husband was dead. I respect Nasuhi so much. So she gave Kanon those orders.
はい、奥様。
Kanon rose silently and turned to face them. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. There was no life in his expression. If, during the course of a normal day, he had been instructed to do a tour of the beautiful Lost Garden, Kanon may have led the way for them. But now, there was no distinction between Kanon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, with the wounds of having lost someone close to them. After seeing the children go back, Nasuhi gave orders to Genji.
すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうか。どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
Wow, that's properly prepared. When she heard that, Nasuhi remembered, that's right, the telephones were out today, weren't they? However, since it had been assumed that there could be trouble with the phones on this isolated island, a radio had been installed. Anyway, let's contact the police and seek their instructions. Everything else can wait.
ナチョ先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか。
残念ながら私には何もできませんな。
わかりました。源氏、せめて主人たちの顔を何かで覆ってやることはできませんか。このような姿を晒すことは当人にとっても屈辱。
はい。
Genji picked up several towels hanging inside the storehouse when Eva stopped him in a shrill
ちょっ
voice.
とちょっとお待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ。なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。
She makes sense.
私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
Okay, then just close the shutter. Nasuhi glared at Eva testily. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible state was definitely not an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. In that case, they should be careful not to further disturb the site. They had to aid the police as much as possible so that they might hand over a clue that could be used to find the detestable culprit.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。警察が来るまでここは手つかずにしておくべきです。
奥様、いかがなさいますか。
そうですね。わかりました。ここを閉ざしなさい。それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
Oh.
別の施錠？
ええ、ここに来た時シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということはシャッターの鍵を使い犯人が施錠したということです。
確かに通りや。
Okay. I assume that only people who has this key are the servants.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
They're werewolves, I'm pretty sure.
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど、カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。
Oh, yeah.
多分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。
God damn it! Why is this happening?
大した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
それは不用心でした。申し訳ございません。
源氏さん。
Or maybe they handed the key before seeing the corpses, maybe?
この倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
いいえ、
Wait, there's one key?
この一つだけです。
ということは、犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
What? Okay. Why did they return the key? Oh, diagram. Hideyashi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? I mean, in Murder of the Orient Express, without spoiling anything, there was one time that Hercule thought that the killer is mocking him, so maybe they're mocking us right now. No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some even more bizarre points. Usually when a criminal hides a body, they are trying to... Oh yeah! Why did they hide in the storehouse? Why not just throw the body into the seas, the ocean, or hide in the forest? How strange. And they have to draw that creepy Teutonic Knights as well. A symbol. They were trying to delay the point at which it will be found and use the time to escape. The actual place where the six were killed wasn't necessarily here, but they had been killed somewhere on the island. Alright, I assume too much. I saw like blood splatters, but that could be... It could be that they were killed somewhere else, dragged here, then mutilated post-mortem by the tools, and then that's why the blood splattered. Right. It would be normal to think that the reason they had been carried to this storehouse was to hide the bodies and delay the discovery of the crime. Which I think you could do it with the wheel barrel, right? They have one. The one that Canon used it at the start. I wonder if that have blood stain on it. But that graffiti drawn on the shutter that looked like an eerie magic circle had eloquently indicated that the corpses were hidden here. It didn't specifically say that they were here, but after 6 people had gone missing, by making such an obvious scribble and even returning the key to open it, it seemed... Oh yeah, they could even throw the key itself into the ocean as well. This is strange. Maybe they're actually mocking the Ushiromiya family. So is it someone who really hates the entire family? It seemed almost as though someone had wanted the corpses to be discovered here.
とにかく一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用できません。
Wait. So who got killed? So who hates these 6 people? Now, I don't think it's clear yet that it's servants, because Shannon and Goda got killed. So I think what could happen was that the culprit, I don't know, somehow forced one of them, or both of them, to get them the key somehow. Force them to come with them to the storehouse and then kill them, I guess. Also, I think Batola did say that at least with half a face it's clear who died. So the person without a face could be someone else masquerading as them, because you can only identify people without faces by their physiques and clothing. So, we'll see. We'll keep that in mind.
犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で世情を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
Could be red herring. Red herring.
いい案だと思います。私も賛成です。
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock which had been inside a small box.
どうなさいますか？
私が持ちましょう。責任を持って警察に手渡します。
Nasuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. Because of that, the corpses were once again sealed behind the shutter, covered with the gruesome magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. In addition to the main lock on the shutter, there is sometimes a place where you can attach your own lock in front of it. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of the thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. On the closed shutter was the magic circle, drawn in a creepy blood-like substance and swallowing up the bodies of 6 whole people. To Nasuhi, putting the new lock on may not have been entirely to preserve the scene for the police, but rather she might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent any more victims from being swallowed by that eerie demon.
行きましょう。皆さん、南條先生。ご足労をありがとうございました。
So at least we know that Shannon and Klaus actually died, right? Based on having part of the faces. Where are they going to find the fake corpses?
現地は急いで警察に連絡を。
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します。
The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter, still swallowing the 6 bodies, loomed eerily, occasionally lit up by the lightning. This is creepy. Well, here it comes. So it was 8.5, and now is 8 and what was that? 45. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' television program that Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. Oh no, Maria, I have bad news. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria. As she lolled around laughing at the television. Not knowing how to explain to Maria that her mother, Losa, was dead, those who returned to the room couldn't manage any more than a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look, but when she realized that they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the television program. The children wordlessly sat down on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Though they had all cried and mourned so much, now they just vaguely sat there, their faces expressionless. Only Kanon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he had been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into the emptiness. Hideyoshi, fidgeting as he remembered that horrible scene, kept muttering, "Unbelievable, that can't be something of this world. It's the world of the devil." Every once in a while, he turned these into questions and bounced them off Nanjo, but Nanjo, in a calm, doctorly manner, kept repeating that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene. Who could be this crew? And that until the police arrived, he wouldn't know anything. I think it's pretty clear that the killer hates the family, huh? However, Nanjo only appeared calm by comparison to Hideyoshi, who could not contain his agitation or fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock and his face was deathly pale. Maybe it was because of their attitudes that Nasuhi tried to rise to the challenge and take control. Nasuhi was apparently unchanged. from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions.
私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。現時は急ぎ警察へ連絡を。
かしこまりました。
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。
Why?
クラウス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。
Really? Really? You're doing this now?
その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
Really? Come on. Natsuhi was struck speechless by Eva's aggressive actions in a situation like this. I know, right? It seemed that she was claiming that with Klaus dead, the one to take responsibility should not be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Possibly she was not happy that Natsuhi was ignoring her and handling matters herself in this extreme situation. Of course, even Eva's mind had been blank from the shock until just now, but her greed and pride snaps her back from the shock. She only returned to herself after Natsuhi started giving orders.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Natsuhi walked out without saying anything more. Eva followed behind her. Mere moments after her left, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. Since she wasn't the kind of person to run around, it would be normal to sense that something had happened. But since everyone had been stricken by the area shock, none of them took any notice of this trivial difference. Oh God. What did you find?
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。すぐ戻ってくるやろ。どないしたんや、熊沢さん。
それが食堂に血が。
What? That's the crime scene? Everyone in the parlor turned to listen. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Yeah, me too. Just like how any container has a limit to how much you can put in it, no one felt like they could accept any tragedies beyond what had already happened. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやて？食堂？
朝食の準備に食堂に配膳に行ったら。
Wait, I thought that cannon ran through the entire mansion and guest house. So I thought that the dining hall would be one of the places that Cannon visited, and I think that was 6 a.m., right? Who did that? So I assume that it was done after 6 a.m., if I trust Cannon, that is. The first to start running was Georgie. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Why? Why did Georgie run first? Batola and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that would have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. What the? However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood on the floor. Compared to the terrible scene, it was not very dramatic. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood.
ここにも血だまりがあるよ。
How many? 5? 6?
これは一体。
だいぶ時間が経っているように見えます。おそらく昨べここで殺されたんだと見ていいでしょう。
You sure? Why?
そういうことになるんやろな。
Well, 6 people got killed here and carried from here to the storehouse. And it happened after Eva and Hideyoshi left the discussion, so it's after midnight. So midnight to 6 a.m., which everyone kind of sleeping, I think.
わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。
Well, everyone that did not get killed.
そしてここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
Oh, and that includes the front door to the mansion as well.
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
That was locked.
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらいの頃や。だからその後にと考えるんが妥当やろうな。
マジかよ。勘弁してくれよ。お嬢様、しっかり。
You okay?
これはもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから、今さらこのくらいじゃ答えないぜ。
そうかよ。よかったな。私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。
Oh, I forgot. It's her house. So that's extra creepy.
ここは食堂だぜ。私が毎日ここで食事をして、学校のことをぼやいたり、宿題のことをぼやいたり、親父に学校の成績の話をされたり、そういうところなんだぜ。お嬢様、これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。100万へ戻りましょう。
俺もどうか。秀吉おじさん、この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います。俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
Batara proposed this in a slightly powerful voice, as together with Canon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
Nanjo spoke while looking at the pale faces all around, even though that horrible scene in the storehouse had felt like something not of this world. At least it was in a place far from here, a place we had been able to cut ourselves off and run away from, which had helped everyone to keep on going. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion's main wing, and as Jessica had said, it was supposed to be one of the more relaxing places within the mansion. It was the same place where all of the relatives had enjoyed lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of the horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we really hadn't been able to run away from the scene of the tragedy.
わしも同感や。この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。はよ出るんや。はよはよ。
Hideshi also understood the meaning of what Batola had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall, almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. I get that feeling. Once in the hallway, we lent a shoulder to Kumasawa, who was leaning against the wall still, trembling, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
Genji-san, 警察に連絡はつきましたか?
Let me guess. No.
それが申し訳ございません。無線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
なんや。
What?
警察に連絡がつかんのか。
I feel like radio is one of those things that doesn't really need maintenance.
電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか。
申し訳ございません。
How is it broken?
月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
Wait, did someone broke it? Genji, tell me more. Is it like got smashed? What happened?
この島には船はないんか。新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
Damn, but we have to try.
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で島にございません。ですので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
Why is it so good timing that we don't even have a boat?
そんなアホな話があるか。6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず船もない。 台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか？
We'll just stay together, easy.
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず
そういうことになるね。みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。
Wonder if the culprit is the same one who handed Maria the letter at the umbrella.
くそくそくそくそ
Oops, sorry, wrong
見
button.
つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。私がこの手でやっ先にしてやる。
Maria had finally realized that something was odd in the parlor. Or rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say that she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
What the? Okay. The way she spoke was completely calm. Just as though she was talking about characters in a TV drama, as though it didn't affect her at all. Jessica probably didn't like that, as though trying to say, "Can't you tell just by looking at me?" Overwhelmed with grief, she flared up against Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな私の親父もパトラの父さんと母さんもコーダさんもシャノンも
Oh, you better stop there.
そしてマリアの母さんも
Oh well.
よすんだジェシカちゃん。悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな、死んでしまいました。
ママが死んじゃった？
Does she not understand? I wonder if 9-year-old understand the concept of dying.
ああ、誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
何人死んじゃった？
That's a weird question.
6人だぜ。6人だ。くそくそくそ。
Oh, come on! Okay, I just realized, and I also forgot. So yeah, I did check out the Japanese version of the epitaph. Apparently, especially in the first twilight, the sacrifice, the 6 chosen by the key, they were actually explicit. That is said 6 people. So it's not just 6 anything. So that narrows thing down, huh? Also, sacrifice the 6, so this is the epitaph thingy.
あんな残酷なことしやがって。踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ。人間ならよ。誰だか知らねえが、犯人は人間じゃねえぜ。血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
There's a monster.
犯人は人間じゃない。
Did she just gloss over the fact that her mother just died?
鍵が選んだ。生贄なだけ。
6人だぜ。
Well, not this one. I want to replay this one.
6人。あんな踊っても誰だか知らん。血の色。
犯人は人間じゃない。鍵が選んだ。生贄なだけ。
I like how the text censor out like we can't hear that. But she said that in Japanese voice line. Just the 6 keys chosen, 6 sacrifices chosen by the key. That's what she said.
おい、マリア、今、なんて言った？
Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, for a second I couldn't understand them. As I was about to ask her to repeat it, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Nasuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Nasuhi and Aunt Eva had returned from their trip to see grandfather.
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
I know, right? Should have two emergency radio.
申し訳ございません。毎年保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？
The Morse code thing?
そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
そのような設備はございません。申し訳ございません。
Just then, Kumasawa came pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Yay! Since there was no way we would be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to bring it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
Oh, she didn't know.
夏日さん、それは後で話す。
Oh my, his face is contorted.
それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか？
いないわ。
What?
部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
You wait. Oh, so Nasuhi decided to go in there with Eva. Disappeared from his study unnoticed. With magic, Kinso's study has everything from bed to toilet to a bathtub, so it is extremely rare for him to go outside. However, he does sometimes go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, which on several occasions has led to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually. Wait. But he was saying that he's going to survive the roulette or something. How would going outside helps?
なんやて？
なんやで？
こんな時にどこ行ったんや？
You tell me.
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか？
そうです。私も驚いています。いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか？
No. Nasuhi looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. She probably thought that the servants permitted the one-winged eagle who served directly under him would know of a place he might go. However, it seemed to be the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinso best realized, even more than everyone else, how impossible it was for him to leave the room.
僕たちにも見当がつきません。
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中にお休みの場所からご不浄まで全てを設けさせました。
Well, maybe his toilet broke, so...
親方様があの部屋をお出になることなどよっぽどのことがない限り。
Like his toilet broke. Yeah.
となると、なんや、そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
Or maybe he's the one who killed everyone. That explains everything.
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。とにかく気まぐれな方ですから。現状をご存知なく、お一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせして、ご指示を仰がねばなりません。
Except that there's a scene that he supposedly know about the roulette and such. Or even better, he's the one who's trying to summon Beatrice or something.
そうね、考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
You would be happy if that's the case, wouldn't you? Aren't you?
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
No one has seen Kinso since the 6 horrible corpses has been found. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. It looked like the typhoon would leave tomorrow and the boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. Everyone had lost their composure at the extremely sudden tragedy, a heavy silence and a sense of impatience. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. Some of them became irritated, while others merely held their heads in their hands. but not one of them could explain what was occurring on this island of Lokenjima. Like, the crime was committed at midnight, right? Between midnight to at least 6 a.m. So, since everyone were kind of separated from each other, it's a bit hard to pin down who did it. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one had any appetite. However, we realized that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be lewd to Kumasawa-san, who had made them breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken the tasteful western vegetables, ones that Koda-san had probably special ordered for the purpose of some extravagantly fancy dish, and cooked them in a Japanese style, making them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Koda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I would be reminded of the way Koda-san had died, and the inside of my mouth would be filled with a sour taste. For the time being, everyone pretended to eat, but there was no hope of anyone making any headway into the meal. Then everyone was brought up to speed on the current situation. First off, that Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirie-san, Auntie Rosa, Koda-san, and Shannon-san had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as cruelly mutilated corpses, and that, despite that, we were unable to use phones or radio, and still couldn't contact the police. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we had hoped might be able to show a little leadership in this kind of a situation, had disappeared at some point. Koda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, by now he should have been stomping back to whine about how hungry he was. And yet, he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he had become caught up in the earlier crime. Aunt Nasuhi and Auntie Eva had said that on their return trip from going to see Kinzo, they had called out to him on every floor looking for him, but were not able to find him. If you think about the timing of it all, it was probably best to think that he had been caught up in the crime. If the culprit had taken the trouble to move the bodies of Dart and the rest, who we figured had been killed in the dining hall all the way to the storehouse, then maybe they had already killed grandfather, moved his body to some strange location, and we had simply not found it yet. No one actually said it, but this theory seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生も。
わかりました。
Should you go out there alone?
ここでお待ちしています。
Aunt Nasuhi led the servants, Kaji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Auntie Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Nanjo-sensei, and the four of us children, for a total of 7 people.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Uncle Hideyoshi tried to stir up this gloomy atmosphere, acting cheerfully.
ろくな番組見る。
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃあおじさんと一緒に見ような。
Maria was the only one who played along. Did she forget that her mother died? Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was 9 really this young an age? No one else was feeling the slightest bit like joining in, and they each sank into the sofas and let their minds go blank.
兄貴、聞いていいか。なんだい、さっき倉庫で。兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。あれ、 送ったのは兄貴か。
Georgie Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
よせよバトラー、少しは察しろよ。
だな、悪いことを聞いたぜ。
そうさ、僕だよ。彼女に昨べ求婚したんだ。その時指輪を渡した。
And this happened right after the engagement too. What a sad.
明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれって。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon John's left hand.
私さ、数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。ジョージ兄さんのことでさ。
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは嘘をつくのが下手だったからよ。ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか。
Oh, she really liked him too.
そんなことをいろいろとさ。なんつうのか、そのまあ焼けたぜ。
それが婚約指輪を渡されて、そこでおしまいかよ。
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ、男から求婚されるってのはある意味人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。だからきっと昨夜のシャノンは心の底から、いや
Georgie Aniki, without raising his head, sighed deeply. Or maybe tears had listened to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがって
No, don't think that.
屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い事件に巻き込まれてしまった。僕があの日あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければ、
No.
シャノンはサヨは事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
You can't say that.
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。断じて違う。だからそれ以上泣くんじゃね
え。バトラー君、そっとしてあげなさい。
After those words from Auntie Eva, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually hurt him. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and quietly put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning and who had been discussing the relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Auntie Eva and sat down on the opposite
バ
sofa.
トラー君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
まあそのほら、愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないっすか。俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知ったことじゃないし。
Nice word from someone who were howling very loudly.
キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
あら。
Wait, so that means that mean Butler lost his mother figure like twice? That's horrible.
という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
Caught out.
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
そんなことはないっすよ。俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直る。ただ俺がみんなと違うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
どういうこと？
I was acting much calmer than Georgie, Anki, and Jessica were. That wasn't because my sadness was less intense, and I had already sprung back to normal. It was because my sadness had been gradually replaced by a different
悲しい
emotion.
っていうよりは腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の。
Sorry. That was what I really wanted to do. It was like I couldn't allow myself to just sit here, overwhelmed by sadness and hugging my
親
knees.
父たちが殺されて以降、この島は台風に包まれたままです。つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎はまだこの島の中にいるってことです。
Maybe they have hidden boat somewhere that we don't know.
そういうことになるわね。今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
They gotta eat someday, my good man. Wait, should we find out whether the food have been stolen or not? Because maybe culprit stole the food, ran into the forest to hide, maybe. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kire-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person who claimed to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we had talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん、この殺人、昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
Maybe.
ああ、例のさあ、どうかしら。あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
About the inheritance, so there's only Nasuhi and Eva's family to split the inheritance, right? Good for you, I guess.
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
まさか全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。
Maybe.
シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。
But Shannon-chan died. This complicated
お
things.
父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
ゆうべキリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんすけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
Wait, we could probably ask Canon, right? I mean, they're close. So, probably no problem. If Canon is honest, that is.
そんなの当然じゃない。この島には私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
Why would she rule out the possibility of 19th person?
この島には俺たち以外はいないっすか。
For all we know, maybe the CIA are on this island and we didn't know. There may be hidden safe house somewhere. There's no one else but on the
当
river.
然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？
The CIA.
この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいない。
Why are you so sure?
ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
Kirie-san had denied that there was a 19th person by flipping over the chessboard. Even though Auntie Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. I think when we try to go through this mystery, I guess we have to consider both angles, like what if 19th person exists and what if the culprit is one of us. I mean, I think having 19th person makes solving the mystery much easier. So it feels. I mean, I'm metagaming, by the way. It feels like a trap of a sort because it's too easy. And remember, this game has 8 episodes. I don't think it's that easy. Except if that is the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, we were able to dismiss the matter as just someone's prank. However, if we deny the existence of a 19th person, at this point, matters are not so jovial. In other words,
19人目がいないなら、親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。つまり、今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
Sorry, I was splashing my eyes. Oh, it looked like Auntie thought that this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。でも、よく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。
What do you mean?
あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。わかる？
Yeah, and my theory was that one of the 7, most likely the one who died, got threatened. I don't know if there was gun or knives involved, but they got threatened and so they got the key from them. Maybe.
たまたまその日、シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は？
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。
If we can trust them.
つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってる
わ。And we trust him implicitly. Okay, fine.
ということは、犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を戻すところを見たわ。壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。
Because if everyone lied, then this game would be amazingly difficult. Is there like one culprit or multiple? Like, since the possibility of crime occurring was between midnight to 6 a.m., so even one person could probably carry 6 bodies from the dining room to the what is it called, storehouse. So especially with the wheelbarrow. Wait, but how did 6 people got wrecked by one person? Drugs? But at that point, Goda-san said they might ask for tea, but Goda-san died, so it kind of extremely unlikely that it was Goda who poisoned the tea. And the closest to him, Shannon, also got killed. Cool. Okay. Now this is hard. Could someone else other than servants sneak the drugs into the tea? Wait. That doesn't make sense. That means Goda and Shannon have to drink their own tea, which is probably not very proper. So someone poisoned both the tea for the servants and the family member? Oh my. Okay, why would they do that? Who would do that? Maybe it's canon. Maybe. I feel like canon or Genji has the most possibility here. But why? What would they gain from this? So we're going to say that it's Natsuhi or Eva or Hideyoshi? For the inheritance, of course. But I think Natsuhi... Wait, Klaus died, so it couldn't be Natsuhi, right? And Klaus' face... Klaus has half the face, so we know that it was actually Klaus. Unless there's a magical makeup or something. That'll be so unfair. So it couldn't be Natsuhi. Unless you're going to tell me that Natsuhi very angry with Klaus after he lied to Natsuhi. But I don't think so. And I don't think Natsuhi would want the inheritance too, because she care about the family. So I mean her thought could be lies, but it does lessen the possibility. So maybe it's Eva and Hideyoshi. Maybe, I think, because they got amazingly lucky from getting killed and the inheritance. So maybe it's that easy. Who knows? You know, like in the movie Glass Onion.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。
Yeah, I thought that the culprit threatens the servants. Or it's the servants themselves, but that's difficult.
ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。もっとはっきり断言するわ。犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知している。
But maybe Eva could know that there was storehouses in this island. So I couldn't just suspect Natsuhi based on simply about knowledge of the storehouse. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been thrown somewhere in the bushes of the Lost Garden, no explanation would have been necessary. However, the one key to the storehouse was in the servant room, and stored with a large group of other keys, such that a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant that the culprit was someone who was used to going in and out of the servant room and knew well where the key was. The family didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは、使用人の誰かが犯人。
Or they got threatened. That's my theory.
悪いけど、それ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。
And possibly one of the two that died.
でも、一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
なんすか？
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられるわ。
Interesting. Okay.
だってそうでしょ？食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようとバラ庭園の向こうの倉庫まで運んで、悪趣味な化粧と落書きを施している。
Why would she go... not that one. Why would she go straight for the physical assault when there's no wound on the body? Not that we know of, at least. So... You think that the culprit in groups run straight into the dining hall, bonk their heads, and drag them to the storehouse and do the face makeups? That's amazing. I don't think so. Like, at least one of these would retaliate in self-defense, and there would be some wound on the body instead. Like, I find it really unlikely for physical confrontation to happen in the dining room. Although there was blood, but I mean, are you sure there is real blood?
これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
Or maybe it's real. Maybe they put them to sleep, then they use a knife to cut open the face, at least where they would smash the face later, and then make some blood there, I guess. Wait, but that doesn't make a lot of sense because there's no blood trail from dining hall to the storehouse. So many questions. Wait. It was impossible. It might have not been if a single person spent enough time on it, but that would have taken ages. It was probably best to think that a significant number of people had been part of it.
ひゅーってことはエヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろうって言ってんすか
Well, not all of them, but
静かになさいな。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？
okay, so Eva is being a horrible person to only Nasuhi. Wonder why? She's being very good to us now.
彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。
Wait, Hideyoshi can fight?
状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。
Well, you make sense. Maybe.
つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなのよ。
Yeah, I think it was drugs. Though I can't explain how Goda and Shannon got drugged. Okay, but the fact that the servants got drugged too might point the culprit to the servant, because it would be amazingly weird if it was maybe Eva or Nasuhi who gave them the tea. That would be weird. But if the servants themselves made the tea, then sure, right? Nothing weird. And then drugged. I had been playing detective with Auntie Eva out of a desire to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If I could manage to skillfully penetrate the culprit's identity, I wanted to stick the evidence in their face. I had gotten it into my head. This is not Detective Conan, my good man. That if I did that, the culprit would give up and surrender, just like in one of those detective movies. However, the culprit only surrenders there because they are in a situation where resisting would be futile. The culprits behind these incidents on the island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people on the island. And on top of that, this island was like a giant locked room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon, so they had the full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and cover up their handiwork. In short, we weren't in the kind of safe atmosphere where we could entertain ourselves by playing detective. On the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to repeat another mass murder. So we are not in detective series. We are in a survival series.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないわね。
Yeah, my conclusion is the same as ever, but the reasoning is amazingly opposite.
それに私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないの。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
That's what I said.
黒幕？どうしてですか？
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし、誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかり。なら その結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
This was also plain and clear. The Ushinomiya family were clearly right in the middle of discussing how to distribute the inheritance if grandfather died. If this followed the formulaic plot used to death by many classic mystery novels, it would definitely be a crime by someone with ties to the Ushinomiya family and who was entangled in the inheritance problem. Auntie had probably also read a few books in that genre. Her theory did have a few one-sided conclusions to it, but it was none of the mere idea that anyone would surely hit upon. I think anyone would have suspected the servants, even if their logic was different. Oh no, I've got caught out. Especially the talk revolving around the key to the shutter. There was enough to make it easy to suspect strongly that one of the servants was involved in the case. And yeah, maybe they got threatened and got killed in the end, so that doesn't matter, huh? Yeah, I think the key isn't important because anyone could threaten the servants. I think the dining room part and the 6 people, 2 servants and 4 family members is the one that I would focus on. I dodged the question by joking, but I couldn't wipe out the sense of unease I felt inside me. Because the reasoning we had arrived at was altogether too simple, and there's 8 episodes in this game. Reasoning that anyone could arrive at, and I just couldn't accept that. If I tried flipping over the chessboard like I had learned from Kire-san, that was exactly why it was impossible for the servants to be culprits. Sure, but maybe the culprits know about flipping the chessboard, so, you know, reverse psychology. So we will never know. If the servants really had been the culprits, they wouldn't have hidden the bodies in a place that was tied to themselves. Certainly not the Lost Garden storehouse of all places, whose key they themselves controlled. The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. That would create a danger for exposure. If we were to assume that they were the culprits, they had no reason to carry the bodies into the storehouse. Did they expect us to think that and so put them in the storehouse deliberately? No, that definitely didn't make sense. When the police come and inspect the site, all kinds of things will probably become clear. No matter how deeply careful the culprits were in carrying out murder, some kind of traces will definitely be found. So in summary, they have everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at the game from the culprit side, it feels like there's no point in advertising the location of the corpses. Yeah, I don't know what's that about. If the bodies were found, a report would be sent to the police. The remaining people would become more cautious. They could start looking for who was responsible. Anyway, none of these things would make the culprits feel any more comfortable. Maybe they are playing a game like Jigsaw from just like the verse from the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi When They Cry. A mystery story has 4 parts: introduction, development, turn, and conclusion. And so to commit the perfect crime, it is essential to eliminate the introduction. Right now, no one knew where grandfather was. We didn't know whether he had already become a victim or if he was one of the culprits. But this state of confusion had to be beneficial to whoever did this. I think the why part is the confusing part to us. I think if you ask me how to make the crime scene like this, it's probably easy to explain and we could opine on multiple possibilities. But I think the problem is why. Like, no one killed without reason except mental illness. And I hope that the game doesn't cop out and go that loud. by blatantly advertising the bodies to us and declaring, hey, there's a murder case going on. The culprit had absolutely nothing to gain. Right, that was where we could flip over the chessboard. So this blatant advertisement of the bodies was itself the culprit's goal. So it may well be that, to the culprit, having the 6 corpses be present there meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted to display these murders. To who? To us. It was a message. The culprit was trying to shove something in our faces. I didn't know what that could be. At the current time, none of us could grasp anything from this vulgar mass murder except malice. Malice towards everyone. Perhaps. Yeah, a lot of people who died have survivors that would be sad if the dead, well, dead. So I wonder, to maximize the grief, so is this revenge to make sure that we grieve as much as possible? Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 who had been killed. Oops, wrong button. Uncle Klaus' death brought sorrow to Jessica's family. The deaths of Dad and Kire-san brought sorrow to me. Double the fun too. While Auntie Rosa's death brought sorrow to Maria. Debatable. Koda-san's death probably left a shock to his fellow servants, and Shannon-jan's death brought grief to Georgie Aniki, who had proposed to her, and to Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island had received an equal amount of sadness. I wouldn't say equal. I would say that Butler got grieved the most, and Eva and Hideyoshi, they're not sad at all, because no one close to them have died. Well, except the relative, but, well, I don't think they loved them that much. Auntie Eva had claimed that the servants were definitely in cahoots, but then how could you explain the deaths of Koda-san and Shannon-jan? Well, let me explain. Factions. And by this, well, maybe Battle is right. Because, as I said, maybe someone else threatened the servants. By this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Auntie Rosa, Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. It was very possible to doubt Auntie Eva herself, who was acting like she was outside the net of suspicion, and who might have been trying to point that suspicion at the servants. In the first place, she had managed to avoid suspicion and place it on the servants with that argument about the key to the shutter. But if you looked at it from a perspective of motive about who would gain something from the murders, Auntie Eva's name floated to the top of the list. Yeah. But problem is, why, if that's the case, why destroy their face?
バトラ君が何を考えてるかおばさんわかるわよ。
I feel like destroying the face means that the culprit actually hate someone or a lot of people in the Ushinomiya family. So I feel like if we look at it from that angle, I don't think it's Eva or Hideyoshi or Georgie. So or maybe that's something we don't know, because we are, I think we are from Butler point of view, who missed like 6 years of conferences. So we will never know.
What? やだな。内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。
Well, you're smart.
どうせ疑われるだろうから先に自己申告しておくわ。
I had tried to dodge this conversation by joking around, but it looked like it hadn't worked.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。後宮家の全財産は すべて私のものになるの。
Wait, what about Natsuhi? Does that count? And the unknown husband of Losa too? Oh wait, I forgot. Right, I think the parents only goes to their offspring. Right. Okay. Got it.
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
ごめんね。どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただけよ。だからこの殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。
Okay, so by that logic, I guess the crime was not committed for money. So I think hatred and revenge is still on the table.
困ったことに、昨べのアリバイは弱いわ。
I mean, people this rich with companies, they probably wrong someone, right?
聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
Not that they deserve it, by the way, but you know, as a motive for murder.
昨べのことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。
Oh, I know what happened. So, Shannon and Canon is in Fukuin house, right? The gospel house. Most of them are orphan. So, I guess the Ushinomiya house maybe orphaned either Canon or Shannon. And okay, so since Shannon died, so it's Canon. Okay, so Canon with burning hatred because the Ushinomiya family somehow maybe killed his parents or that or that what am I doing with my life? Or that their business what we call makes Canon's parents' business failed. So that's why Canon's parents kill themselves. So Canons hate Ushinomiya for inducing the suicide of his parents. That's why Canon is doing this. That's why Canon hates the entire family. There. Oh, but what about Shannon? Well, maybe Shannon and Goda saw what Canon was doing. Did not agree with Canon. So that's why they have to go too. Problem solved. I have solved the mystery. I am that good. Probably that's not what happened at all.
でも何時まで続いたかは知らない。私と主人は朝が早かったからね。もう眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。
I said that because I think I don't remember, was it a game or a movie that that someone killed a child's parents, but they took pity on the child, so they brought the child in. But then the child somehow knew that their original parents got killed by their foster parents, and now they hate them. But I don't think murder happened in that case. I don't remember what happened. I don't even know what anime or movie was that. But now that I said that, maybe Canon did it. Butler didn't know Canon too. So maybe it was Canon all along. There we go.
そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
あいやいや。
あら、どうだか。証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。
Yeah, so based on my theory, I don't really suspect Eva. I mean, sure, there's a possibility, but I think my canon theory is better.
だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。もっとも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
確かにそうっすね。
Okay, but if the game killed Shannon, specifically just to shut my canon theory down, then good job.
ってことは俺今真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
That would be something, huh?
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。
Yeah, yeah, because in the end, if he got convicted of murder, that would mean that the inheritance would not come to her, right?
だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。
Yeah, that would be better. Yeah. But that's much more difficult, so maybe you gloss over that and go with the second best method, I guess.
使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
How would you make a death accident? What, guys? Let's go look at the beach from the cliff. Now, do it. And then they push the servants push everyone into the seas.
確かにそうっすね。営利で人を殺すならそれは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Auntie Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. Just like it was easy to think of a servant as suspicious, it was also very, very easy to think of Auntie Eva as suspicious. Yeah, I think the possibility for Eva to be the killer would be much more if only Klaus got killed. Then, yeah, probably. And because Eva could lob in Rodolfo and Rosa as well, so I don't know. So if we flip over the chessboard, did that mean it was impossible for the culprit to be easily adoptable Auntie Eva? However, if that logic could pass so easily, then motive wouldn't count for anything. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive should be a big clue towards knowing the culprit. That is why murderers throughout history have tried to ensure the motive will not be found out by skillfully complicating the incidents. So, not hatred? I don't know. Every time I flip over... Is the story kicking in now? Mystery is here? Yes, Overwatch! Yes! Someone died. Finally! So, I'll recap very quickly. So, also, hello, how you doing? Well, yeah, I was trying to speak out every possibility that I think right now. So, currently, so in total on this island, there are 18 people, and there's a typhoon, so no boat, so no one can come in or out. So, that's the grandfather of the family, the most important guy. He disappeared from his room, so we don't see him, so we don't know what happened to him. And then there's 6 people, so 4 of them are family members, and 2 of them are servants. All of them got smashed in the head, and their corpses are in a garden storehouse, and it was locked, and there's only one key, at least according to one servant. Wait, according to 2 servants, I think. That there's only one key, and the key only the servants will recognize the key because it's not labeled. So now Eva and Butler are discussing the possibility of who committed the crimes. Right now, I think people who don't think too deeply would say that it was the servant because they used the key that only the servants could use. But I actually think it was it was canon, but not for that reason. I just ignore the key entirely because I think anyone could get access to the key, even if the game says that only servants know. I just think that sure, anyone else could just threaten the servant to get the correct key. So thinking who could get the key would be amazingly hard. So that's why I go with the angle of how did one person or group kill 6 people in around 6 hours. This is because they were alive in midnight, but on 6 a.m. The servants starts expressing that they haven't seen these 6 people. So I guess the possible time was 6 hours. So, and there was blood in the dining hall. That could be red herring, but we could assume that they got killed there because it would be so strange that they somehow willingly go to the storehouse, then got killed there. That would be amazingly ridiculous. So I think they actually got killed in the dining hall. I think because there was no wounds anywhere else on their bodies, I assume that it wasn't physical assault, so it wasn't some special ops bash into the room and bam, killed all the 6 people. I don't think that's the case. And I think if that happened, someone else would have heard that. So I think it was drugs. I think they drugged the tea because during midnight, these 6 people, also these 2 people who are alive, they were discussing the inheritance of their family should this guy croak. But they apparently got tired, so they came out first. So they didn't die. And this man, a cook, he expressed that they might need the tea. Like this guy might need the tea. So I thought that maybe the tea got poisoned and maybe just a sleeping pills or actually something dangerous. So they go to sleep. The culprit dragged these 4, at least, into the storehouse. But then the question was, if it was a servant, then why are there servants that got killed? I don't think the servants like Godas very much. So his death doesn't really concern me as far as logical reasoning goes. But for Shannon, on the other hand, I think this is the most difficult one because my theory was that it could be Canon who did that. Well, either Genji or Canon, to be fair. There could be Kumasawa too, who knows? But yeah, so either 3 of them, if we don't care about the physical attribute at all, maybe these 2 got drugged too. So if these 2 got drugged, the likelihood of the culprit being someone else other than servant would be amazingly low because it's amazingly weird for these people to be serving the servants tea. So that's why I think that the culprits are actually servants. And then I opine that since we don't know why they did that, I just think that since everyone's face got done in, probably post-mortem, so I think it was a crime of hate rather than money. So that's why I think is one of the servants, because some of these servants, they are from Fukuin house, or the translation was gospel house. So they are orphans who got what do we call, adopted by Kinso to be servants. So maybe because I watched a movie or anime before. Right, that sounds interesting, right? Okay, and I think because at least Shannon and Canon are orphans in the Fukuin house, maybe, like, think about it. Ushinomiya family are very rich because they do business. So maybe this business of Ushinomiya did something bad to Canon or Canon's family. And since Canon is an orphan, assuming that the information is accurate, then maybe the Ushinomiya business did something to their family. Maybe they got too successful and at the expense of Canon's family, and then Canon's parents killed themselves. That's why he got orphaned. Now maybe Kinso didn't know this, just knew that Canon is an orphan. So with his kind heart, I think he adopted Canon as well. But then somehow, well, I don't know, then Canon was planning, I guess, like, how are we going to kill them all or something, and then this happened. So yeah, that's why I think it was a servant, but not for the reason that the game was telling me. Hear me. And also, I don't think it's Eva. Eva brought up some good points. I don't think she did it, because she said that all, like, evidences actually cast suspicion on her. So if she got convicted in the criminal court, I don't think she will get the inheritance. I don't know if it works in Japan, but where I am, if you committed crimes on at least your parents, you will not get inheritance from your parents, period. So I think it's very weird if Eva is the one who did that, unless she was really sure that she can fool the police. So that's why I thought it's canon. Yeah. Were my thoughts closing in on the truth, or why is it so? Are we crashing or what's going on? Oh, okay. Auntie Eva didn't want to talk anymore. Oh yeah, and forgot to tell you. So there's an epitaph of the portrait, and there was a letter from someone who claimed themselves to be Beatrice. But so far, we haven't met Beatrice yet, the woman who claimed to be a witch. So the other point of contention is that whether another person who's not in here are on this island or not. So I was opining on this as well. So I'm going to just think on the mystery, why assuming whether there's a 19th person. I mean, in this one there's 18 person, you know. So I just think of all possibility. What if there are 19 person? What if there is a 19 person? So if there is a 19 person, I think it's canon. If there's 19 person, then that's easy. Like, I mean, they could just do anything at that point. So for now, I think the most likely possibility is that there's no 19 person. And also there was a epitaph where if you solve it, you probably will get the gold. But apparently, on the hint, well, not the hint, but the puzzle itself, it does say on the first twilight, sacrifice the 6. In the Japanese version, it explicitly says 6 people. So sacrifice the 6 people chosen by the key, and lo and behold, 6 people die. So yeah, that'll be interesting of what happened next, because the second twilight is those who remain short tear apart the two who are close. So we'll see. As I looked over the parlor, I saw Georgie, Aniki, and the others scattered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Mari's notebook. And I think right now, the crime for the 6th death, everyone kind of not have alibi. Like, Eva have alibi with Hideyoshi, but Hideyoshi is her husband, so they could be cooperating with each other. By all rules of detectives, the culprit must be someone we know from early on, just so it does not come out of nothing, so it's not some secret unknown person. Yeah, I know, right? Because right, like in Agatha Christie's series and even other mysterious novel, yeah, they never just go like, bam, another person. Like, that would be unfair. So I believe in your point of view. But I'll still try to think, what if there's 19%, even if I don't really believe in it much. Also, hello, Admiral Fang. I hope you're doing well. How many hours in? From the first stream to this stream, I think. Wait, I could just check the. Yeah, 16 hours. 16 hours and only one crime. What do we call? Well, it's not one death, but one city of death, I guess, would be the most appropriate word, has been committed. Him. I don't know if you are here when I was trying to speak out the possibilities, but I think it was canon, but not because of what Eva was saying. 44 remain? What? You mean in this episode or the entire game? Oh my. Oh, thank you very much for the follows. Amino Fang, I hope you enjoyed the stream or the watch. And I'm enjoying this visual novel so far. I'll try to speak out any theory that I have, so that we can see whether I'm right or wrong, or whether I'm being insane. This episode, you must be kidding me. No way. Well, then I must hurry and read. Yes, Maria is second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, so she might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。
One episode is 80 hours? I could only stream for 4 hours or 4 hours and a half. No more than that, I think. So that means I need 20 streams just to finish one episode. Oh no. I had fun, so that's all that matters. I think I have fun. I have fun theorizing the mystery so far. So I'll take that.
アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。
Oh yeah, the cross. What's up with that?
あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
I just ignore that and just factor that into the motive that the crime was committed due to hatred and not money. It's the best visual novel on the market. I should think so. You completed the whole Ace Attorney trilogy in less than 80 hours. What a trilogy! Oh no. Yeah, I was planning to play Ace Attorney as well, but I was thinking of playing this first. I I have experienced this game before, but I was like in high school and I didn't really what do we say? I didn't really focus on it, so I didn't know. I didn't remember anything. It was like 10 to 20 years, so we'll see. But I know that I probably use some line of thinking from this game in other games too, like Danganronpa. So I want to stream this first, so that when I stream like next mysteries, like why, like how I apply the logic of this game into the next game.
あと演習部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。
So are they going to discuss this now?
図形的には間違いなくこれや。
I only knew that the cross
細かい文字はわからんが、配列はほぼ同じや。
are like the Germanic knight cross, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Everyone was standing down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. Creepy. From what I had heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. Oh, I think it's not blood. This was drawn on the shutter, which is exposed to the rain, so I'm going to assume that it's not blood, because blood are water soluble, I think. Not that I have much experience actually, but I should think that they are water soluble. So that's probably not blood. I see. This sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを描きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。
And blood would be oxidized to brown or black color. So it's hemoglobin at least. So I doubt it.
まったくどこに行っちまったんだ。
I know, right? Where did he go?
捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Yeah, I don't know why Kinso get off the loom. I just assume in an insane way that his toilet broke or something. Because Kinso keeps saying that, oh, let the lulet begin, people will die or something. Like, that's less reason for him to go out. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. Nah, she hadn't gone so far as to say that grandfather was the culprit. Wait, could he be the culprit? No, the motive. Wait, he wants the sacrifice or the lulet or whatever that is to revive Beatrice. But that's insane. They're not going to go with the mentally insane, schizophrenic motive for murder, right? I would be so mad. Certainly, if you ask around for the link that bound the Uchinomiya family and the occult together, 10 out of 10 people would name grandfather. Oh, but I did say that the crime could be committed because of hatred, because of the makeups that were applied on 6 people. But I don't think Kinso would hate the grandchildren that much. Anyway, and to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this may have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. The reason to advertise the crime is to show off to the survivors. That's why I think it's not about the money. In that case, where had grandfather as the essential recipient of this message disappeared off too?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい?
Well, Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic since this was her area of expertise. Okay. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing had been drawn on the shutter close around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
ああ、確かにこんなデザインや。
But why would a night cross relevant to this
という
situation?
ことはどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
You
そ
tell
の
me.
国の従事者はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
Yeah, that. Or like the Knight of Malta. But how does that relevant?
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
When I looked over all of them preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. That scares me. Maria was grinning, an eerie expression on her face that defied description. Is this a horror game? A sort of grin, almost like she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. This is creepy. It was an expression that I couldn't ever believe that Maria was capable of making. Oh no! And then she laughed. She laughed and laughed and thought I was looking in front of my eyes. I really didn't want it, except it was real. Somebody help me. Oh my god! My hand is blocking a screen right now.
全然違うよみんな。
Get out my face, you nasty woman!
こんなの見てわかんないかな。
Get off my face! While everyone was scared of their wish, Maria alone kept on cackling happily. After a while, the laugh suddenly abruptly cut off. But her expression was still like someone completely different from Maria. Oh, finally! Oh my god, I hate that so much. Please don't do this again. Oh. Really? Do you have to do that?
書かれてる文字はヘブライ語。
Can some... Wait, I was about to almost say that someone killed her, but that would be poor taste. But come on.
貸して。
Who the hell is this girl? Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle effortlessly right next to the one that Hideyoshi had drawn.
で、こんな図形だったんじゃないかな。
Are we sure that Maria isn't the killer? At midnight? Wait, Maria slept at 10 p.m. The siblings bring Maria to the guest house at midnight. Maybe, and then they sleep sometimes after midnight. So maybe Maria actually sneak out and do the thing. She's creepy. I don't like her anymore.
そんな図形だった。
マリア、すごいな。
Yeah, her face was incredible too.
さすが詳しいぜ。
I know, right? God, that CG burned into my eyes. Why? I don't like horror games. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to make sure that this was still the Maria who everyone knew so well. I don't think so. Maybe she got possessed by Beatrice. Oh, what if Beatrice is a separate personality? I wonder. But Maria didn't give her any particular response. Maria started futilely writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the ship. At this sight, the eyes of Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo instantly began to widen.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名。
Air, fire, water, and earth. I don't think that relevant to the corpse.
火山、アレル、タリアハド、そしてフォルラク。
whoever that is.
そして斜め四方には4代の統治者たちの名。
Wonder what that means. I don't know what that language is. Brian, also welcome back. I hope you're doing well, but I can't guess. I think you're saying hello, fan of Umineko. So hello to you too.
アリエル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ。合ってる？
Do they match? I have no idea. Even if you are unable to correctly write what you have seen. If you are once again shown something identical, it isn't difficult to state that the two are the same. Asked by Maria whether they matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いない。そうや。確かにこんな文字が書かれとった。なんでこんなん書けるんや。あと演習文も。
Wait, what's in... Wait, what language was that? Did they say? No. Oh, Hebrew. Okay. So it's a language that common people know. Okay, so it's not some amazing... Not something from Lord of the Rings. Okay. Phew.
わかってるよ。
Wipe the smell off your face, creepy girl.
こうでしょ。
Maria began jotting down Hebrew all over the circumference.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
Sorry, I'm not Christian. Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. I hate this kind of people. Like, when they do this, I really want to just expose my profession into their face. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. After some moments, Georgie Aniki returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. Okay, Maria, if you're this smart, who's the culprit?
すごいね。驚いたよ。それで、この魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
Oh yeah.
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。
It's her, right? After that amazing face, there's no way it isn't her. Like, come on. Power of the sun.
黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。
Bad wives are strong on this one. Yeah, I know. But what is this girl?
束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる。
Look, I don't care whether she killed those six or not, but she deserves to be in jail, is what I'm going to say.
意味深だぜ。
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。
Wait, bond? Break free from the bond of any prison. How is that relevant to that symbol on the shutter? Were the culprit just randomize magic circle or what? Let me use this magic circle and then they just paint whatever they want.
だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。
Oh.
しがらみや逃れぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
Ties of obligation and inescapable fate. So I assume that for the family members, it's about the inheritance or their duties to the Ushinomiya family. And for these two are obligation as a servants. Well, that doesn't help anything.
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命。これまた意味深だな。
しかしさっぱりわからん。
Why police is here? Your Honor, have you considered that this child is weird and creepy? Yes, guilty! Guilty! Send her to the ranch or the asylum or the jail.
それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。
Yeah, I know, right, Hideyoshi?
束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
Well, their soul has been released, I guess.
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。
Then why draw it at
魔
all?
法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょ
What?
う。お気の毒だよ。
This creepy child.
どういう意味だい？
Okay, then we'll take 3 minutes break after 10 seconds.
魔法陣のため
I
に
need to refill my water.
6人がいるってのは一体。
They need 6 people to power up the magic circle. Is that what she's getting at? Maria lifted up her index finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us. I hate this girl. I hope she got slapped by her mother. Anyway, let's take a 3 minutes break and we shall be right back. Take some drinks, snacks, and all that stuff. Back. I was toilet and and refill water. I need lots of water. Is magic live in this world? I think that's remain to be seen. I think we haven't seen what we call explicit magic yet. So no, at least so far there's no magic like at all. There was one scene that let me there was one scene that Shannon, a servant, saw like a butterfly, a golden butterfly flutter, which doesn't seem normal, not normal butterfly. I don't know if there's amazing technology like holograms in this house. I only know that this house doesn't even have air conditioning, no CCTVs. they do have auto locking door for Ushinomiya Kinso's room. The year of this game is 1986. So I actually don't know which technology has come out or not. Everyone seems to not have mobile phones, not even the ancient one. They do have radio, but it doesn't work for some reason. They have line telephone, also broken for some reason. So yeah. Oh, and also, I was so creeped out by that face because my monitor is 27-inch and it's like 40 centimeters in front of my face, so it's extra big for me. so like it's in my face. Like her entire face was in my face. Like it's so creepy. Like I would be fine if it was on like smartphone or something, but damn, that was so huge.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。読めないかな。詩編第116編16節と17節。
You knew this?
読んであげるよ。
By memory?
主は私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
No. See? No.
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
Yes, Jessica, I agree with you. But for what? If the part that Maria had just let allow was the vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that the benefit of this magic circle required sacrifices to be offered in exchange. So inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn, the sacrifices had been offered. Oh, I forgot to get the sign out, so sorry. It looked like everyone else had slowly arrived at the same conclusion. Some were shocked, others were spat out. They're insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to become... Wait, I don't know if the break signs block the thing. So for watch viewer, you can pause this, I guess. So sorry. My mistake. This was starting to become a seriously disturbing story, and we couldn't accept it, nor understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. That's their right, and I won't pick a fight with them. Disgusting. But did they really kill that and the rest as sacrifices for some nonsense like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. I'd rather still be disgusted over all that talk around the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. That letter from the witch, the Atariki that Maria had let alone at last night's dinner. I feel like ever since that point, this whole mansion and this whole island have begun to be drawn into some kind of peculiar world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us, inhabitants of the day, into another world, with the phone and the radio interrupted, and the island shut off by the typhoon. You could now call it another world cut off from the real one. Yes, on this island right now, it is perfectly normal for witches to send letters and for sacrifices to be offered to magic circles. Who's narrating this? So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bon Festival dance or something? can't really rule that out. It's no good. It's no good. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swelled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and entrust my mind and body to the spider swallowing me. Why is it getting more ridiculous? As I started losing heart, I began to recall a distant memory. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard had given an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラ
I miss you so much.
どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う？ねえからだよ。そんな滑稽なもんは地球のどこにもねえのさ。ねえからわざわざ見たくて作るんだよ。
I thought that they make that because it's entertaining, not whether they exist or not. But
だ
okay.
から俺はオカルト映画なんてちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑っちまうってんだ。俺に言わせりゃ悪魔やら妖怪やらより今年度の収支報告や機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ。
True, Rudolph, you're a very smart
さらに
man.
言うぜ。俺に言わせりゃな、怖がるってのは心と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ。
You mean scared of demons? I guess so.
暇でしょうがないから。連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて悪魔だのオカルトだのって文化を作り出したんだよ。
Fair enough. Dogs. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. To hell with this thing. This is the human world. As if I give a damn crap about witches, demons, magic, circles, and sacrifices. You tell them. The human who killed that and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is, right? Next to the star speaking to my heart was Kirie-san.
チェスや将棋ってね、終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。だから自分が追い詰めている、あるいは追い詰められているというその時、両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。
Yeah, assuming that you didn't back yourself into a corner too narrow.
でも守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。そういう時はね、チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
Do the flip! With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you are completely cornered just like I am now, isn't that the perfect time to flip up over the chessboard? With us put on the defensive, we couldn't even guess at the culprit scheme. If you flipped it over and looked at it the other way, just how far could you see? First off, at the time the murders were committed by the culprit, they knew that the island was cut off by the typhoon. Wait, were they banking on the typhoon? So they should have understood. Maybe they're witches. They summoned the typhoon or something. So they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away until the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Why? Furthermore, the bastard had even tossed the corpses in the storehouse while doing the courtesy of telling us, "They're here!" with that weird graffiti. In other words, since we would probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show us them. If we had all been dim and hadn't noticed the storage shed, perhaps the culprit's goal would not have been achieved. Hee, if you think about it this way, that murdering maniac, since this morning, he must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation that they had done last night would have just gone poof. Okay, you know who was the one who raised the concern about the paint shutter? Canon. It was Canon. I solved it. Hooray! Well, it's not clear that he's a culprit, but I think he has a law in it. I don't know what law he's in, but something. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. A grudge? That's what I think. A warning? No. The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death. Wait, how do you know this? Was Dr. Nanjo assessment that? I don't remember. So it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had murdered. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It had meaning to those who discovered it. The culprit wanted to show them to us. Look how brutally I killed them. Huh. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that man to stop taking me so lightly. Who would dance to the tune? If I'm told, please be scared, I'm not just going to say, really? Sure thing. Yeah. When someone tell them Ushinomiya Batora. When someone tells the great Ushinomiya Batora entrance this way, I'm the kind of guy who start wanting to sneak in through the window. That's smart. I mean, in a suspicious building and it says entrance this way, I would probably think that it was booby trap. So the next thing that had me concerned was the attempt at a magic circle on the shutter. It was a genuine magic circle. Really? Declared authentic by even Maria. How do we know that they're real magic circle? Who had demonstrated that her knowledge of the occult liveward grandfather? They must have drawn the thing in pitch black darkness while holding an umbrella in one hand. I thought they have flashlight. Well, Shannon had flashlight. And it must have taken them a lot of time. That's a formidable amount of hard work and attention to detail. I somehow doubt that. I don't think the magic circle was that accurate. Well, no one can prove that. That is because we didn't take pictures of the magic circles. Maria didn't go to the magic circle herself. Maria knew which magic circle it was because we told her that it was a cross and she found a thing. So I am doubtful that the Liu, well, not the Liu, but the drawn magic circle on the shutter was that detailed. That's what I think. Maybe that doesn't matter, but you know. What purpose would have been worth of that effort? If I'm correct, then there was no effort. If someone related to the let me calm down first. If something related to the occult happened in this mansion, most likely we would all automatically suspect the involvement of grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that was all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. But Maria would know and refute that. So it wasn't like any of us amateurs could tell the difference between genuine and fake. Oh, maybe this tells that the culprit know Maria. Oh, that makes the 19th person or the extra squatter theory much less possible. Oh, okay. But to be fair, everyone in this island know Maria, so that doesn't help me. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. How do you know? Did you go back to look at the thing? So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. Messages are a form of communication. You send them and hope for a reaction from the other party. Reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather could have managed to see the magic circle on the shutter. But had he chosen to hide himself in reaction to that sign? No, was it a trap to make us suspect Grandfather's involvement? I wonder. Or is it just a red herring to a method to bring attention to the storehouse and nothing more? Maybe. You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by showing this imitation of the occult? Somehow that felt like the culprit's weak point. Yeah, I know, right? Because that shows that that the culprit either know Kinso or Maria. A section of the authorities letter that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. The part that said, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits. Sounds like fun. This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Which will be first? Us being swallowed up by your occult games, or me revealing you for who you are? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought, some irritated, some depressed. Get off my face. Maria was once again enjoying the television as if she had never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, ooh, ooh, and giggled, get off my face. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. Ooh. Ooh. Was it you? Is it you? Well, I mean, I thought it's canon, so there's that. Get off my face, Maya. I don't trust you. What if it's Butler? Right now, Natsuhi was searching the mansion with the servant's door, wasn't she? Then it shouldn't be in this room. In this mansion, is what we should say. After all, there was also the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was behind this. I think the possibility is amazingly low. She will get no money from this because her husband died. She also loved this family and want to protect the Ushinomiya pride and name, so killing people seems to go against that, I think. Unless she lied, there's that. We still couldn't deny that one of the servants could be the killer. Must be canon. Anyone could be the bad guy. Still, Natsuhi and the rest show us low. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around, checking the windows and doors? Just as I thought, that Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. Thank God. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Natsuhi, shocked. Hume? What happened? What, was there blood or what? The talk I had with Auntie Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Oh, guns! Oh, finally! My kind of game. Finally. my favorite weapons.
万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
Because the thing in Nasuhi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kinda looked like a kid-sized gun. However, it had a thickness to it, which revealed that this was definitely not some kid's toy. I think kid's toy could imitate that, but you do you?
それは金蔵さんの銃ですな。
Wait, so you have a gun? So your house have a gun? Well, that changes a lot.
ご存知でしたか？そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
Wait, but does it work? Because I know that guns in like museum they took like firing pin, like at least the firing pin of the gun. So what about this one? I mean, is it for self-defense or is it just for collection? Did she test it?
ひゅー
Phew!
すっげえ。夏日おばさん、それ本物なんすか？
ええ、本物です。
How do you know?
実弾は発砲できますよ。
Did you?
昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
Okay, okay, fair enough.
あら懐かしい。
Which now lead me to a question. How many guns does he have?
どこから出てきたんやら。私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
And whether the gun that Nasuhi was holding is the same gun that Kinso used for hunting. Because you know, being rich person, you could be like one gun for collection, so remove firing pin, and another gun for actual use. So I wonder which one she might have grabbed, I guess, and how many guns there actually are.
へえ、じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか？知らなかったですよ。
Me too.
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。
Oh yeah, someone did say that. Right, the
あ
Western.
の世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
And they probably saw the battle of.
ああ、思い出したわその銃。
Oh, tell me more.
懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
Let me guess. Spencer. Winchester. Henry. Yeah, that's all like guns, like old guns that I know.
お父さんも渋いな。
親方様がだいぶ昔にアメリカより特別にお取り寄せになられたものです。ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
Oh, is it illegal? I don't know, actually, so I guess so. Well, if Genji says it's real, then fair, I guess.
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとかっこつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
Fiction?
しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
万が一に備えてです。族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。
Nasuhi is so cool.
しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
God, I hope she survived to the end. As Nasuhi-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. As far as checking the doors and windows, she had also been trying to find grandfather. Since grandfather was not with her, apparently his whereabouts were still unknown.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。ですが、万が一ということもあります。みんななるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
I agree with Nasuhi. He's smart.
そうね。 ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
Your word, not Eva's word, not his word.
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
別に夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
She just put words into Nasahi's mouth. Nasahi just said that everyone will be safe because we'll be in the same group. Eva just said that we should suspect each other. Like, come on, Eva, what are you doing? People died. Come on. There was a dangerous atmosphere between the two of them. If you thought about who stood to gain the most from the inheritance problem standpoint, Auntie Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Nasuhi was innocent. What? I don't know. I believe in innocent until guilty, so... Now, if you view Beatrice's letter as grandfather's elaborate prank and think of this incident as just an extension of that, there was more than enough evidence to doubt even grandfather. Aunt Nasuhi thought that the criminal was on the outside, but Auntie Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. Ooh. In short, it was a question of whether or not a 19th person exists. It was the doubt that had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So, was the culprit among us or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist or not? I have no idea. If you assume that something as stupid as a witch could exist, it was the same as saying that one of those relatives here who shared a common bloodline was the culprit. If you didn't like that, it would be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale about the witch. And since I am not inside the family, I am okay with that. Did the witch do it? Draw that weird magic circle and sacrifice the people? If I could only accept that rubbish, I would be able to completely trust everyone in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches doesn't exist. Well, my theory for the 19 people was that it was a professional squatter who live in this mansion without anyone seeing them because the mansion is so big. So they are able to gather enough intelligence on Grandpa and everyone. Which is insane. So hopefully that's not the case. In that case, the culprit was among us. Ooh, among us. Stop. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break our silence. Is this going to... not again! You didn't need to do this. Okay, so it was 9 o'clock and now it's 1 o'clock, I guess. Or count. Ooh. Lunch had ended and the servants had removed the tableware and were now in the kitchen. The wind and rain had neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. It seemed that at first, Natsuhi had planned not to let anyone set one foot outside the room, but when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized that this was impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the light to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately... Sorry, I watched the YouTube studio function has a bit of a problem. But let me put the hat on myself. There we go. A wizard hat for magic story. I know, right? I know, right? And many of them hadn't eaten much. Everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結構。カノンは
Yeah, you see this. Servant make drinks for each others.
僕も結構です。
お二人とも 早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
Me too. How many hours left? 44 hours. Cool. The only sound was that of Kumasawa watching the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but that didn't mean they could let it show in front of their relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. People died, by the way. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered,
どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
死に方のことは忘れ
Why don't you ask yourself, Kanon?
運がなかっただけだ。
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
They both fell silence. Once again, Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。
Who cares about Goda? No one cares.
もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。
No one cares about Goda. Poor Goda. No one loves him.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。
Also, you do believe in Beatrice. Okay.
生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。
What is the matter with you?
どうして
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは
Yep.
私だったのかもしれないし
Yep.
お
It's
前
like
だったのかもしれない。
it's like never putting SSR cards in gacha games.
あるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。すべては運命だ。
源氏様。
I don't think it was a roulette, though. Because everyone who died, well, in this island, at least what I know now, there's two buildings, the main mansion and the guest house. So it seems everyone else was in guest house. I think those who didn't die. Not sure, but even Kinso is in mansion and he disappeared. I don't know where Nanjo is because they barely show him in more scenes, and even on the recap there was no background when they show him. So I don't know, he was in the Shadow Realm, I guess. I don't know. But other than that, and she was in mansion as well, but she was alone in a room and probably locked her door. So, I think they were I think they were in mansion, but they were separated from these four. Okay, so my point is that nobody else from guest house died. Only people from the mansion. So I don't think it was looted. I think it was circumstances that four people were in one room and two servants were in one room.
奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
うん、気味の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような部屋。扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。
So when are we going to find like lead pens as an evidence?
そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて
そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
What?
ということでしょうか。
Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Nasuhi's room, with the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door. It had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but
どう
couldn't.
して奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。
What? You're asking someone else to die?
もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Yeah, maybe he's the culprit. Like, come on. Just then a loud, sharp noise resounded from the hall. Both of them turned around surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。
How do you make... How did you make a sharp noise?
俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Butler was standing in the doorway to the
バ
kitchen.
トラ様、これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kanon-kun stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。
Wait, they let you go to the bathroom alone? Why didn't Nasuhi assign like a buddy to go with you?
水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。だからベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Oh, here it comes. Okay, let's see. Kanon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。
Oh, he mad.
俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Kanon-kun's eyes as he still continued to look away in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kanon-kun had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
No, this is interrogation.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. There was a slight sense of resignation on his face. It looked like he didn't plan on hiding
お
anything.
話しすることはできます。ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Why would you say that?
内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
After Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, they nodded as though they had decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
ああ、じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。
Oh, finally.
俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんでばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
Then what's her business with inside the mansion?
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
But you two? What is this about? So Genji, so Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, I think even Kumasawa believe in Beatrice. I wonder if Goda believe in it. I don't think there's any scene where Goda talks about Beatrice like at all, so I guess not. But I think even Kumasawa does kind of believe in it. So it seems like all the servants who are loyal to Kinso believe in Beatrice. Why? Is Kinso Beatrice?
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした。
はあ、よせやいよせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも
Sorry.
給料のうちだってのか？
I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa-Bajan, who avoided my eyes, flustered and started washing the utensils. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。
I know, right?
つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
Then where is she?
はい。
Bring her to me.
親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前から、おそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょう。
Wait, I thought that cameras already exist in 1940s, and this is 1986. Why are there no photographs of Beatrice like at all? Like Kinso says, he loved her so much, but didn't keep any photograph. It seems ridiculous. Especially they're rich people, so money shouldn't be a problem to secure some working cameras. I think it would probably be black and white, but well, a picture is a picture.
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。
Okay, but 4 people believe in this. Should I just brush it off as a lie?
そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
Oh wait, I forgot. Beatrice. Just because Beatrice exists doesn't mean she's a witch, of course. But problem is she the 19th person? That's the problem. Like I know, Chat did tell me that if they just surprise you with additional characters, with no, I don't know what they said there. I don't remember. I think they scrolled up, but they shouldn't surprise you with characters that are not introduced. Problem is they were talking about Beatrice for like many times. We just never met her, so I don't know if that counts as already introduced.
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
What?
曖昧な言い方だな。
I believe that she is here. Wait, what's the Japanese line?
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
いらっしゃ、
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
I think it's more like, I think the belief is I think that she is here, so he's not sure. Omoimasu is like maybe, so.
ってことは、昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、
Kanon-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
The suspense. I urged him on jokingly. However, it looked like Kanon-kun was still unsure as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa-Bajan whispered, "Oh, your turn now. Okay."
お顔を見ようにもベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
Well, you said that. Then how did Kinso-san commission the picture then?
お姿がなんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。
Then what's the portrait? Did he hallucinate that?
ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら かない。
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
Well, here's my problem with magic theory. So at the start of the game, you didn't start at the island. You start on the airport and the what is called the port to board the boat. I think so far the world works the same way as ours. They even reference like World War and the Korean War. So I doubt that they use magic to win in Korean War, for example. And they still use stock markets, capitalism markets in general. So they never mention magics outside of this island. So that means if there is magic, then it's very limited to this island. So problem is, if there's magic here, then why isn't there magic somewhere else? Then what is special in this island?
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
What? In Shannon version of this event, that servant broke the that a servant fell down the stair because they insulted Beatrice. So there's multiple version of this.
おいおい、マジかよ。
いや、マジかよ。
あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラさん、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Oh, cool. Then we'll profane her until she shows herself.
その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることを。ベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここ。
おいおい、よせよ。
よせよ。
そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Me too. The eyes were also sobering up
バ
fast.
トラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Okay, this one is hard. Why? Because I said what I said. Like, why I don't think magic would exist? Maybe if the game show me later how this island is special, then maybe. But why are all of them believe in Beatrice? Kumasaba-chan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally straight face that I had never known her to make.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。
But excuse me?
そうだよせやい。
Please don't make that face again. Get off me! Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. Ah, thank God. I hate you so much. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。
Now her face just trigger like fight or fight response for me.
だから見えない、会えない、話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Maria's laugh sounded like she was clearly enjoying herself, yet it was extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't
ベ
understand.
アトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
Did they say that? Okay, if this was me, like, I don't know, like 15 years ago, I might not be able to catch on to this, but I feel like this Beatrice is like a, what do we call it? It's like a Frankenstein or something. Like it's a collection of multiple story dissolved into one name. This is my impression of Beatrice, like right now.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。
Like she has no form. No, she becomes butterfly. No, she has a physical appearance in the portrait. Or she live in the forest. Or she live in the mansion and prank people. Or she injure people who don't believe in her. Like it sounds like the story is not coherent as far as this Beatrice go. So what's up with that? Like is she a boogeyman or something?
おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。
The Philosopher's Stone was not brought up before, too. Are they just blowing smoke up my, well, bottom? that's the impression that I'm having.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
Oh, as Liu as it goes, I guess. Wait, she doesn't have a form, but she brought the letter, sealed the letter, and handed it to you. What is this?
六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Sixth sense, you. Wipe the smile away. I wish her mother is here to slap her senseless.
なんだよそれ。魔女？悪魔？
魔女？
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe Beatrice is just a collection of different stories. Probably. Now that's complicated things. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
It's Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな？
Okay, if I were butler, I would ask her, like, I would say, okay, I believe you, it's Beatrice, or at least they call themselves Beatrice. Could you describe her physical appearance? What is her hair color? How high is she? or he. Well, better, I'm not assuming Beatrice's gender. Like, what was their voice? Have they, what is their favorite color or whatever, right? But yeah, ask her question where we could guess who is the most likely candidate to be the one who is impersonating Beatrice is what I'm saying.
わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Just then Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない。
What?
ベアトリーチェがいるのが。
But you keep saying that.
いるって。どこにさ。
だから、ベアトリーチェがここにいるのが。
What? Oh my, oh, that's creepy. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for some time now that the others haven't been looking in quite the right direction. Please God, no more jump scare. I figured that everyone had just been gazing into the distance, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Kenji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at the spotlight behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room, except me, was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、だからね。
Sorry.
それがとても悲しいんだよ。
Well, sucks to be her.
だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
Okay, Overwatch, thank you for coming. See you later. Yeah, I'll probably go soon too. It's very late. I'll try to finish the scene first and then I'll go.
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら、今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
No, I thought that Butler didn't get killed because he was in guest house and no one from guest house died. Oh, your face!
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
Whoa, 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 Maria, hold your horses. How are you so sure that you would be, that Butler would be selected as a sacrifice in the first twilight? Like, come on.
幸運だったよ、バトラは。
And also, Batola was sleeping near Maria, right? So, wouldn't that be bad if the witch come for him and Maria was there?
そうか。あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに。今、そこに、ほら。
I hate her so much. I wish she'd just go away.
信じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。
She's bullying me
あ
with
れ
her
がな
look.
ければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。
Why does she keep asserting
代
that?
わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
What is this kid? Poof. Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, the last one didn't quite hit the mark. Finally, the creepy section in.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、全然ダメだ。
When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから、俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ。俺、ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ。どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
Oh, you're mean. Like I know what he's doing, but that's mean.
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。なら魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに、今この悪いが、俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。第6巻
You must be fun.
波長魔法のセンス悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが俺を妙な宗教に勧誘しようったって。
This coming from him because Butler was the one who said that Maria is too pure. I don't think she was paid, but I think the servants might be paid, and I think the word would be too strong, but brainwashed Maria.
そう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。
Oh, especially if you are the culprit, you would try to, what do we call, cast suspicion away from yourself, right? So it seems, I think, wouldn't it be logical for the real culprit to want you to believe that a 19th person or Beatrice exists? Okay, so right now all the servants are actually pretty suspicious, but I don't know which one is the real killer, or maybe all of them, you know, I don't know, but not enough motive for that. I think I can only think one for canon.
悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
I don't think Genji and Kumasawa-san was in Fukuin house or the gospel house, so they were not orphan, I think, or at least not in the same program. So this would be metagaming, but since they raised the point of the Fukuin house, then maybe that does play some role as well, but I don't know what. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Where did Maria started cackling again?
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじきよみがえるんだよ。
Disgusting.
ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。
I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. This feels like something that Maria would write.
疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ。もうじきね。
Creepy kid, get off me. She creeps me out to no end. I don't like her anymore. Let's pause here for now. We shall see you again tomorrow. I don't know if I can sleep after that Maria nightmare face. Never again. I hope. Well, but still, all in all, that was fun. So I hope you had fun as well, and I hope you're okay with me theorizing during reading, because I wish I could finish the episode then theorize, but I feel like I would forget a lot of things if I did that. So that's why I'm not doing that. Not doing that. So but with that, let me end it here for today. I'll send you to this is for Twitch, by the way. I'll send you Erale VT. They are playing Stranded Deep. So that was tiny. It was tiny because of Maria creepy face. Yeah. So with that, allow me to edit here for today. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll be seeing you the next time. Please take care of yourselves. And Bakawasaka, hello. I hope you're doing well. We'll be going. Goodbye. I think that's a goodbye, right? So yeah, goodbye, and we'll see you again tomorrow at same time. Goodbye.